Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Monday, July the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can see my screen and hear me. Thank you, PJ. All right, guys. Well, we've got a very positive open in store. Well, we did anyway until we hit it. Until we hit it. Excuse me. Until we hit this red bar here. Just looking at my pre-market actives, not too many actually. This was only up to about here, a few more in the actives now, not too many in the actives down. So let's take a look at what's happening. So we've had a bit of a surge in oil. So I guarantee when we take a look at our sector analysis, XLE, pretty sure 100% of those stocks will be above Friday's close. So Bitcoin is up. So we've got Riot and Mara are up. Bitcoin is up. Just to go over the trade of the week, the trade of the week is ASO, considered live at 39.84. Now, just because it's 40.04 right now on no volume, I'd probably wait until the market opens and see what happens. But again, how you trade this will be up to you, but that is the trade of the week. So let's take a look at the other things that are happening. QD is up after the company highlighted progress in its QD food brand. Okay, so that is the reason QD is up, and it's up a lot, 58%, lots and lots of volume. It's a big float though, interesting. It's a big float, China company. HKD, this was an IPO, I believe, from last week. HKD, so this is its second day of trading. So it's having a nice day to start anyway, and a little volume. ILAG, another IPO from last week, ILAG. It is up a lot of volume, a lot of volume. I mean, 8.7 in the float, 7 million have traded already. It's up 40%. And ADN from a few weeks ago, there's a live kicking this morning. And let's see, the European Union ratifies their Green Hippo project. So that is the reason for ADN. Monkeypox in the news again. SIGA is up, all-time high. All-time high was over here at 1480. So what did it get to on Friday? It got up to 1499. So yeah, so it is now when we talk about all-time highs, we don't talk about the pre-market nor after hour trades, but in the pre-market, this did get up to 1629. Eaton, ETON, FDA approval. Okay, FDA approval was given to a drug that gives them royalties. Okay, so that is the reason for Eaton being up, ETON. And EVTL, still strong. They went up on a big day on Friday with their deal with American Airlines, but another deal today announced with Babcock. So this stock is keeping in the news right now. I'm sorry, is it AD or APYX? APYX is up. FDA clearance. They received FDA clearance. Cleared by FDA for neck laxity procedure. So that is a reason for this one. APYX, fairly low float, 30 million in the float. And DTSS was also up. It's pulled way back, got up to $3. It's pulled all the way back at almost 234 anyway. $22.3 million purchase agreement to provide 5G messaging services. China company. Putting a little lift here, not a little one, but a pretty good lift for FCX Freeport. And ITHX. Now we do see the reason for this one. So if you're in the room on Friday, this is a SPAC, and we were wondering, okay, the reason for this lift is that they must be very close to signing the deal with the merger with Mondi, and I guess it is going to be effective. I'm going to say tomorrow. They're going to be acquiring Mondi, M-O-N-D-E. The symbol is going to be M-O-N-D. So the transaction is supposed to close today. Today's the 18th. So I am assuming that once it officially closes, maybe it'll be trading as MOND tomorrow. Not what I call, I mean, the sector is the travel sector, travel technology company. So interesting that it would have so much interest. But anyway, that is the reason. You can see what happened with ITHX after hours on Friday. Huge run up to $23. Morning, Jim. And Beyond Meat, I forgot to mention Beyond Meat. Beyond Meat's having a little resurgence. And BYNB, don't see any news on it. When I delay like this, I'm just scouring my headlines just to see. I see Oppenheimer is, maintaining coverage on it. I don't see a price target they put on it. So I don't know if there's any specific reason, but it's a nice break. You can see Friday it had a nice break. Look at that nice green candle there. That's a daily candle on the daily chart, of course. And the next high looking left is 35.50. 35.50. Is that right? 35.40. So it's about $1 away from the next high in the month on the daily chart. If it can somehow get through all that, I mean, you've got this 42 area. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for 9:10. Take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Okay, so we had a lot of stocks hitting right at 904 and some kind of maybe rebalancing. I see a lot of bottoming tails. Yeah, all of a sudden in the gap downs, I heard like RBLX, Viru, NVAX plug, etc. But I guess they not really what's happening. See all those bottoming tails. And the SPY also. Omni explained it. All right, I am just watching to see if anything else is kind of sneaking in. All right, guys, it's 9:10. Let's see if briefing.com is delivered to my email, the upgrades and downgrades this morning. And not quite yet. Just give me a moment, please. Be right back. All right, there they are. So let's take a look at what upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Yeah, we got a fairly extensive downgrade list, not too many in the upgrades, so let's get some of them in. Okay, there are some of the upgrades. And we'll get the downgrades in now. Don't see any multiple downgrades. In other words, one stock being downgraded by a bunch of different firms. Don't see anything like that, nor on the upgrade side. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. I'm seeing EAT has got a downgrade from Goldman. Let's take a quick look at EAT. Not much happening, down 1%. Yeah, the only thing I see about UC is it's down, and now the offer. Here we go. At least they did it before the market opened. So $26 million offering. Yeah, $26 million offering, $3.25 a share. So it's a little bit below the offering price. Can you hear me, IZE? If you can hear me, you might have to do a refresh or change your browser, okay? Because you are the only one saying that, so it's got to be something on your end. So you might have to do a refresh or change your browser. Other than that, I can't really help you. Not much more I can advise you to try to do. Assuming you can hear me. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Let's see if anything else is sneaking into these SVRE. Okay, SVRE up 10%. Excuse me, SVRE is up 10%. Of course, that was a wild one last week. Lots of topping tails. Again, what does it mean? It means at one point the price was way up here and the sellers knocked it right down. So, and then on Friday, kind of the reverse. sellers knocked it down and the buyers tried to close it higher. Well, they did close it higher. So are you able to? Well, for instance, what I'm using in the pre-market, yes. If you go to my, what time is it right now? 9:17, so I have a bit of time. So if you go to my home page, I'm going to give you my link. Okay, so there is my homepage link in all the sections here. If you click on my homepage link that I just put in, this is what you're going to see. One of the sections is my scans. Okay, various scans. So you click here. Now, this is what I'm using in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down and the gap up and down, these, okay, right there. So it won't be like a container like this. It'll be the individual scans. I do it that way so you can kind of pick and choose which ones you might want to have, okay? I've got also the basic new highs, like what you see on my monitor. I've got these also. The basic new highs are here. This race that I spend a lot of time on, in the upper right hand corner. The race hasn't started yet. I'll start it in about 10 minutes or so. That is this race mode. Okay. The only thing that is not shared is I'm still not, I mean, you can go to my homepage and you can kind of check this watch list out in race format. But everything else is, and plus a lot of other scans that you may hear me talk about during the day from time to time, depending. I mean, my main focus, my number one focus is on this upper right hand corner window that I'm sharing. The biggest gainers from the open in race mode. That's my biggest focus. I have other scans that I do look at, but they don't give me very many alerts, so I'm not distracted that much from that scan. But I do have other scans that I am sharing. A moment as I size my screen. All right, let's take a look. What time is it? 9:19. So let's take a look at the sectors. My bulletproof prediction is that XLE will be 100% up. Now let's go sector status. So what you're seeing now, these are the major sectors. And as what? One stock is down. Who are you? WMB. Okay, well, anyway, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So, we were looking at XLE every morning just because of oil, of course, the price of oil. So what you're seeing here, this is XLE. This is a major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. Typically is either 100% or 100% one way or the other. So when you see 95.24% and it's green, that means that, well, 95% of the stocks are up from Friday's close that make up XLE. Again, typically it's 100% one way or the other, depending on what the price of oil is doing. Anyway, but you can see we've got a very positive open to begin. Technology, XLK, 93% of them are above Friday's close. Communication, 78%. Just give me a moment, please. And so we don't really have a weak sector to start. Yeah, there's nothing weak to begin with. Now, if I remember to take a look at this at around 10 to 10:15 in a different way, the change from the open, we could see a very different picture. In other words, stocks that were, we could see lots of stocks that are still above the close, but when the stock opened, they start to drift. So the change from the open is way more important for me, and we have to wait for the open. And that's why this race is based on the change from the open. Time is at 9:21. So just to give you an idea about what the races are all about, we've got what you're seeing here is a top list. Okay, if you're unfamiliar with trade ideas, this is what we call a top list. You can tell because it says T in the upper left-hand corner. The ones that say A are alert windows. So the alert windows are in essence what we call events. So in other words, you create an event. Show me stocks that are between $1 and $50, at least 200,000 shares are traded, up at least 3% from the close, high relative volume, et cetera, et cetera. If all of those factors, if all of those criteria are met, and then you pick a trigger. And so let's just say you wanted the new high or the new low of the day. So if all those factors were met and the stock made a new high of the day, you get a real-time alert. Okay, and so we're really, really good at creating real-time alerts. That's what an alert window does. A top list though, a little bit different. What if you just said, you know what, show me the stocks that are up the most today, okay, and rank them, top to bottom, the highest in the top, so in descending order, or show me the stocks with the highest relative volume, and sort them like that, or show me the stocks that had the biggest change in the last 15 minutes. Show me like that. So you'll get a list of symbols, but it's virtually impossible to know what's really happening. You see the symbols, but you don't really know if they're moving or not. Okay, unless you really stare and try to stare at a price and see if it's moving. But that would be pretty crazy. So what the races do is sort of a hybrid between the alert windows and the top list windows. You take a top list, and in this case, I'm going to start every race as all the stocks start off evenly, just like any other race. And when the gun goes off, the race begins. And what will start to happen is I'm looking for the stocks that are moving the most from the open. And so a stock may be up the most from the open, but it may not be doing anything. It may be just sort of sitting there. Okay. Or it even could be moving down a little bit. It's still ranked up the most from the open, but it may not be doing anything. And yet some stock that is down here might be really starting to move. That's what the race does. It gives you, it basically is alerting you, hey, something's happening with one of these stocks in your top list. Okay, so it's kind of a combination because these are all real-time alerts as the stock is moving higher, and yet you're able to focus on a list of stocks that you really want to focus on. So for instance, if you had a basket of stocks that you always like to watch, you could create a race based on those stocks as an example. I'll get into that a little bit more in detail around 10:30, but that's just a kind of a synopsis of what the racing is all about, and why I just really concentrate on this these because these in the race are the stocks that are in play for the day. So why wouldn't I want to, follow those stocks all day long? And in play for the day, meaning, there's a lot of, they have, usually it's all about abnormal volume. They're trading abnormally. Stock that normally trades 1 million shares today it's trading 5 million. Why? So anyway, you'll hear me talk about this. Now, it doesn't mean I don't have other alert windows that I look at. But for instance, you'll see, now, watch me be wrong today. We don't get too many in the basic new highs or basic new lows because I've got some very tight filters in place. When I say that, I mean, imagine if you just created a scan that said, well, show me every stock that, traded 10,000 shares that made a new high. You'd probably have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of stocks. Okay. But all of a sudden you say, well, show me stocks that make a new high, but they've got to trade at least 1 million shares. Okay. So obviously when I refer to tightening up your filters, that's what I mean. So I've got some pretty tough values that have to be met before I'll see something alerted in these windows. And the same with the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. Now, the 10-day daily breakout has been really, really good the last couple of weeks. So certainly we'll pay attention to those. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down. I have made the odd exception in a race if I really see something that I kind of like. But even then, it's really not normal for me to trade in the first 15 minutes. The other exception I can make is in the 10-day daily breakdown. If a stock is not only making a 10-day daily breakdown, in other words, it's at the low of the last 10 days, but it's also at an all-time low, I will sometimes make an exception there. So do I ever trade the pre-market? Yes, but I don't trade the pre-market that often. But do I ever trade it? Yes. Uh, it is ASO, Don. I did get my email, so you might have to check your spam, but it's ASO, and the trigger was 30 is 39.84. So yes, it's a little bit above that in the pre-market, but the trigger is 39.84, and I think I can't remember what the stop is. It might be the 20 SMA. I think it's a 20 SMA. I think if the 20 SMA is about $35 on your chart, then that's what it is. But you might have to check your spam. All right, guys, I'm going to get my races started. And if you're unfamiliar with this racing concept, stick around because you're going to see what happens. And the more a stock wins a race, I have my races are all 4 minutes. That's yours could be 3 minutes, yours could be 10 minutes. I've chosen 4, but when a stock wins a race, at the end of the during the day they get ranked. So the number, if a stock keeps winning a race over and over again, because remember a new race will start every 4 minutes, you'll see that say in the number 1 position, a stock may have won 10 races during the day. The number 2 could have been 8 races during the day. You'll see as the day goes on. Stock that keeps winning a race over and over again has to be watched all day long. I mean, something's happening. All right, everybody, the market's going to open in about a minute. I didn't see William's announcement to me, so let's have a great start to this trading week. And we're open in about 10 seconds. All right, we are now open. Okay, so Riot and Mara. So you can see Riot. Riot is, kind of leaping ahead right now here. Riot and Mara are, of course, a couple of Bitcoin plays. Bitcoin, bit of a resurgence. I don't know what the price of Bitcoin is. Somebody will tell me, but I saw BITO was higher this morning. Bitcoin ETF. So typically Riot and Mara follow suit. And you can see what happens is a stock it's just like any other race, jockeying for positions. Excuse me, ILAG right at the beginning here. This is interesting. Maybe it's a low float, 8.7 million. It's traded the float already. So there's ILAG. And the high of Friday was 345. So it's almost at that high. And then 578. So if you can somehow take out 345, the next high looking left is 578. And there is, now look at Delta, guys. Delta, big breakout for Delta here, DAL. Delta Airlines. Aviation recovery heats up with a big Boeing order. Take a look at Jets. Let's take a look at Jets, the ETF for the industry. My guess is that Jets is doing, yeah. So if you don't want to, if you want to look at, if you do not want to look at a specific stock in the airline industry, but you think that the airlines are finally going to start making this recovery, well, Jets is the ETF. And again, there's Mara. There's Mara on the move here. Riot and Mara are both moving. A couple of Bitcoin plays. See what happened? Look at the ILAG as an example. It's a classic reason why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. Look what it was doing right at the beginning. Big surge all the way up to 4, and it pulled back. I mean, probably about 75 cents right off the bat. So it's really difficult to trade in the first 15. If I were new to trading, I wouldn't trade in the first 30 minutes. But I typically do sit out the first 15. And am I going to miss something like a Riot or a Mara that just keeps going and going? Yes, I am. But it doesn't bother me at all. I'm just saying it's early. I'm not poo-pooing it, Shady. I'm just saying, okay, but if you chase this up at 4 and people were getting it at 4 and it pulled all the way back down to 330, I don't know. To me, that's way too much of a, depending on your stop. So I'm saying I like it, but I like to see it settle down. That's all. I'm seeing a little bit of lagging here. Just gotta. Give me a moment. Again, I'm always on these development builds. All right, guys. See some more Bitcoin plays like HUT, HUT, another Bitcoin play, HUT on the move. Was it the 50 SMA? Thank you. So you're talking about the stop for ASO? Okay, thank you, A Trade. So it was the 50 SMA, not the 20 for ASO. So, okay, guys, so the trade of the week is considered live now. I mean, the trigger was 39.84. Again, you don't have to take it right now. You don't ever have to take it, but that was the trigger, 39.84. Yeah, you see the little lag I'm seeing here, guys. This I lag is one two races, and it should be moving a lot more quickly. So this development build I'm on is, unless it's just because it's right at the beginning of the day and there's so much data coming in, it's about all I can think of. But I lag is right back up. And what did I say? The next high was 399. So you can kind of see if it can take out, where's that today? Yeah, so that was, I'm sorry, that's today's candle. So the next high after that is 578. Yeah, so I mean, if it gets back up to the high here, close to that 4, and the volume remains, then you've got the next high is 578, so it's got a ton of room. Even this one, guys, this Lordstown Motors ride is on the move here. RIDE on the move. All right, we now have something on the 10-day daily breakdown, the Para, P-A-R-A. I think I saw it was downgraded, almost an all-time low. Almost an all-time low, guys. Para, P-A-R-A. And this is, let's see, cut. Morgan Stanley downgrades them. So this is Para, and it's almost an all-time low. P-A-R-A. Now this is interesting to me because it is almost an all-time low. You can see where the all-time low is. Maybe it's here. Yeah, 2369 is the all-time low. And this is what I'm talking about in my 10-day daily breakdown, 2384. So let's see what it does at 24. See if it holds 24 and moves down from there. So I'm going to stick an alert at that alert price, the 2384, and see, or 20. I'm going to stick an alert around 2381 and see if it gets back down there. Remember, guys, I'm just kind of conversing with our development guys. So something is really caused this to lag in this development build I'm on because these was a lot smoother before. And when a stock went a race, you would see it kind of zipping up, 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 up. AUR, Aurora Innovation, another one that's didn't see in the pre-market at all. Actually, it's not a low float. So CLNN, yes, I've got that one. Of course, this was big day on Thursday. Little continuation on Friday. All right, well, Para has reversed so far. So far is not coming back down to those lows. So but I've got my alert set down here at 2381. If this is just a brief pull up, I'll probably take that trade if it gets back down to that 2381 for the Para. Okay, guys, I lagged. Now we're almost 15 minutes in. And so the 399 high today, just take out 4. And that next high looking left again is at 578. So it's got a ton of room. Low float, 25 million have traded already. And we have some halts. We have a resume now. HKD, sorry, HKD. Wow, crazy. So HKD was halted and now it's resumed. HKD, another very, very cheap IPO. It doesn't look cheap now, but remember the IPO price was around $4. It sort of did look what ILAG did. I mean, it's the same sort of thing. I'm not saying it's going to get back up to the 26 level, but that's what HKD and ILAG are similar in terms of the structure and their IPO price, the number of shares they issued. Just give me a moment, guys. I don't know what's happened. I mean, this was way smoother, but I'm on a development build that was two of them were released on the weekend for me to try out, so I'm not liking it. I want to go back almost. Anyway, I have to. It's my one of my roles though is to test the software. As they come up with these new builds. Yeah, because it telling me that ILAG is the only one who's won a race. Now it's possible, but I'm going to see what happens right there. 30, and it's just not smooth. And you guys are on a beta, latest beta, yeah. Well, okay. Lisa's telling me that there was another winner of a race. In this Aura. Okay, guys, here's one that's definitely moving. ALT. ALT. When we look left, 1238 is the next time. So there looks like there's pretty decent resistance. Rhythm, guys. Rhythm. RYTM. On the move. Of course, this was such a fabulous one last week. Next high is 1242, so there is some room for rhythm. RYTM. I think. Let me make sure of that. 1166. I'm sorry. 1166 is the next high. Looking left on the daily chart. Yeah, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just, we're just pointing out that fact that, if you're looking left to see where a stock could go to until it hits the next high, that would be it for rhythm, RYTM. That'd be 1166. How many races do you have running, Roger? Just the one? I have three. I've got this one and I've got my relative volume one. Four. See, I'm wondering, it may be the overload. I don't know how many races. I mean, this is things we're trying to figure out. Okay, guys, RYTM on the move. And you can see this is now on the 10-day daily breakout. And the high in the pre-market actually was 1260. High in the pre-market was 1260. So where did it go? Yeah, the para was a great bounce. I don't have that on my bounce because I have a delay of 20 minutes, I guess, Zach. But yeah, that was a great bounce. The para. Just waiting on the ILAG guys, AILAG. I'm waiting to see if I can take out 4. In fact, I better put my price alert there. Takes out 4 on some good volume. I could have a nice run because the next high is 578. And if it tries to do, duplicate its the HKD at all, another one just got halted for volatility. FFHL just got halted on the way down, I guess. Fuwei. TANH. Oh, it's going to be under $1. Let's see what it is. Yeah, 44 cents. Why did that happen? All right, guys, here's the ILAG. Give me a moment here. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just having an order entry issue. All right. Let's see what sort of room ILAG now has. Yeah, the rhythm definitely is a challenge. I've got to put my alert again over 1116. That was where the first alert happened. This trades like, 4 million or 2 million in the float. I mean, it's a fairly big float, 42 million, but it doesn't seem to trade like that. Okay. Yeah, TH, I got that thumbnailed. I mean, it's again one of the ones that's just been so active over the last, well, it's a week and a half now, and it continues to do its thing. Yeah, there's guys, I apologize. There's just something going on with this. Let me see if I can do a reset of my account. That might help a bit. You know what, Roger? Try a refresh, okay? I just tried to refresh and it seems to be a lot better now. Might be deluding myself, but no, it's still stuck, sort of. Yeah. Come on, iLag. Move. Angie, I know you were talking about that last week, Zach. Angie, and as a yeah swing. Well, I mean now, what are we talking about here? 480, 508 is the high, 502 is a high. So right at these highs here, that high is 502. So the next high is 544. So yeah, it's got some room to the 540 and maybe to the 550 to 60 level. I haven't even looked at the market. So NAS is up, big, Dow is up, SPY is up. So there's no disconnect right now. Market is, so they had a nice gap up, kind of holding, a couple of red bars, but very narrow bodies. When is the next training or Q&A TI webinar? Well, I mean, depends what you mean by training, David. I mean, between 12 and 1, one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room, but I don't know what you mean by um, well, you can ask me questions. I mean, regarding the race setup. In about 10 minutes or so, I usually start a little spiel in general about trade ideas, but certainly talk about the races. And then between 12 and 1, who's in there? I think it's Chris. Chris uses the races pretty extensively. So between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room today, he'll be there. Well, the first thing you should do, David, is at least understand what the races are all about. Okay, so let me just direct you to my homepage. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, click on the link, you'll be brought to this page right here. Okay, right up here, scroll down a little bit, go to the education section. So click here, as it says, go to the user guide. And you see where it says TI stock race? Click on that. A couple of videos, some text, That'll give you the general idea about what the racing is all about, okay? And then afterwards, we can talk about it in a little more detail, but get this down first. Because, I could give you some information, but, you're not going to remember everything. So at least this gives you a guide where you can always go back to sort of as a refresher, okay? So that's where I would start. The date format in news, the date format. Well, I'm looking at one here. I'm looking at Angie. Let's take a look at RYTM. I don't see what you're looking at, really. No. I've got 07, 18, 22, 07, 18, 22, 7, 13, 22. Well, it doesn't say 07, but I don't really see. Yeah, I don't really see on my end anyway. All right, guys, come on, iLag. Do not lag. Well, iLag is certainly in play. Well, rhythm, I don't know if it's in play. I think for me, it has to get above. It has to get above 11:18 or so. I mean, but rhythm, I mean, it's not the easiest trade, but I would think that, if you can get back over 11, 11:15, 11:18, that was the initial trigger. I mean, it moved from there. I mean, it got 11:16, it got up to 11:59, but that was quick. So if you'd taken it right at 11:16, then it got up to 11:50, but it pulled right back down. So, oh, I have no idea, Igor. I don't really know how Dan does that. I don't use the buy and sell button, okay, because I prefer, my stops are not going to be so like defined. I mean, I have a way, but we can't define stops the same way I would when you're using that buy button. Okay, so I have no idea what he does. I just don't know. On Wednesday, though he says he's on holidays this week, so I don't know if he's going to be in the Q&A. Aha, we have actually an AI alert. Not too bad, actually. 747, 761. I didn't really see it. It's got some room. I mean, to me, the next lots of resistance around 850, but that is far enough away from 761. So if you have the AI, you might want to be looking at that one, LYND. Well, see, it's working okay now. It might be just well, I don't know. How many races are you running, Pepe? If you're running any at all? Three? Okay. Well, I've got three also. And I really don't have very much else going on in terms of top list. So I don't know. Definitely was not as smooth. And you see, it seems to be jumping. It's not like counting down and evenly. So anyway, it might maybe it's a server that I'm on. I don't know. Okay, well, rhythm now, RYTM again back over 11. So this is but this this has exhibited very choppy action even, the last few days. Well, ever since the first day it started going. When I say choppy, I mean, when you look at the daily chart, I mean, it looks like it closed near the highs, which it did on except well, 3 out of the 4 days closed near the high. Problem is during the day it can chop around, and then at the end of the day it goes near the high. That's when you can get chopped out of your positions, and that's the interesting thing. What is the trade of the week? It is ASO, David. So David asking what the trade of the week is. It is ASO and considered live at 39.84. So it is a live trade. If you're not getting the trade of the week, guys, check your spam box, okay? It's typically what happens for some reason, even though you might be getting other trade ideas emails. Sometimes, the trade of the week makes its way into your spam box. So just check that. Rhythm is just too choppy. I'm just going to. Oh, it tested that 11 again. I just don't like the way it's trading at all. Looks like it's making lower highs. Yeah, QD is well, it's actually winning in the relative volume. I've got this one going at the same time, trying to see getting some correlation between stocks that are winning in the change from the open and also increasing relative volume, which gives you a lot more confidence. And so QD had some news this morning. As I recall, this was on my list. The enhancement of online consumer finance experience in China. Yeah, so the pre-market highs were way up here, 250, around 250 for the QD. It's not a low float, 188 million in the float. So, it's going to take, it's got a lot of volume, 205 relative volume. So it is really trading abnormally for it today. All right, I lag. Break out. So the GER finally had its come down. Oh, it is shortable now too at Interactive Brokers. 10,000 shares. Not that I want to short it right now, but this is another one of those crazy IPOs. And you can see what it did. You can see what it did. The GER. Okay. Make your big move. And I mean a big move. GRRR. So what did this get up to? For no reason, really. $52. Now it's cut in half, basically. This is the GRRR IPO back here. Thank you, Roger. Okay, that's what I thought. So it's not everybody, there are different servers out there. So you and I are, unfortunately, we got the short end of the straw in that regard. Okay, guys. Now I'm just watching to see if there's anything else happening. Nothing. I'm not getting anything from Zach's bounce or topping plays right now. So again, you can see how iLag now has won 5 races. So I mean, that's why we're saying at the end of the day, you're going to have a list, and it'll have the top 10. And so the way I use it, obviously, I mean, you follow a stock all day long. I mean, if it keeps winning race after race, you keep following it all day long. But also tomorrow, I mean, stocks that were very active today, can, of course, be very active tomorrow. So I always maybe take a look at the top 3 at the end of the day to see how they did in terms of how many races they won. Look at the LYT now. This LYT This was another crazy IPO. Yeah, nice so far. A nice trade of the week. And you had an opportunity, certainly. You didn't have to take it in the pre-market. It got down to 39.92. The trigger was 39.84, so certainly above that. So you had all the opportunity in the world to get it between probably 30, that price, and 40. Now, how you trade it will be up to you, of course. Obviously it's working nicely because the market's up. And when you look left, the next high is 40.78. If it can take that out, then the next high is 42.81. Oh, no, no. I think every time for me anyway, every time a stock, I don't care if it's broken up before, be it 5, 10, 15, or whatever, I always think it's going to take a bit to get through, even if it happened before. That's me though. I know I understand your question. Remember, new people are always coming in, always coming in. And so, I'd be looking at that going, wow, 5. I wasn't around before when it broke 5. Okay. So it's just a matter for me anyway. I mean, that's some people don't think these whole numbers make any difference at all, and there's no science behind it. It's a feeling I've always had. See, no other stock has won a race more than once so far today. Now, I'm actually asking them though to figure out a way to have, say, a grouping of, say, the top 3 stocks in terms of win, place, and show. So in other words, what if a stock finished second 10 times? You'd never see it on this list, right? But this doesn't mean it, but you would certainly want to be aware of it. Okay. But right now, this is just ranking the stocks if they win a race. But again, if a stock finishes second 10 times in a day, that's pretty significant also. So I've asked them to try to figure out a way in which you can see the stocks that finish, say, the most in the top 3 all day long. They somehow like another list that you can look at. All right, guys, it's 10:22, so I think I'll go into my little spiel as I do around this time every day, not every day, Monday to Friday. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. Ooh, rhythm. Okay, are you going to hang here now? Just don't quite trust it, but anyway, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. And my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. Just in case you were wondering. What I like to do now is put my homepage link in because there is a lot of information on my homepage. So if you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, this is a promo code you can use, Barry4 Alpha, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. I'll show you how much it will cost. We have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly, premium, standard. Premium annual is $2,000 a year minus the 15%, and the standard is $1,000 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. I'll go over the AI in a bit, but this is kind of what it looks like. You have, you have an alert, and you have a stop, and how you trade it will be up to you. But this is what it looks like. You don't do anything. You just wait for the alerts to happen. You don't have to take out an annual, of course. In fact, my recommendation is do not take out an annual unless you absolutely know you want the program. You can always start off with a monthly. Standard is 118. That premium is 228. You can apply the 15% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. At any time, if you do decide that you'd like to take out an annual and you're in a monthly, we'll honor the 15%. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, mandatory that you do this first. Click on that Let's Get Started. There are 10 videos. Take you about 30 minutes to go. Starts off with the download and installation, the first startup and login, etc. So please take the 30 minutes to at least get some of the basics down. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. It's free. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week, which this week is ASO, is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free, and it appears to be working not too badly right now. The trigger was 39.84, and I know it's above that right now. All the education. So once you've done the Let's Get Started, you can go to the user guide. Don't get hung up on how much information there is in the user guide. What I would do is concentrate on this first line, especially you should have done the getting started. You should know what an alert window is and what a top list window is, okay? That's what Trade Ideas is really all about. This is the single stock window. I wouldn't worry too much about a multi-strategy window right now. It's really used for people who don't have a lot of screen space. You can take a lot of alert windows and put them in one window. That's what a multi-strategy is. But then also the stock race that you'll hear me nag at you all day long. Okay, afterwards you can start looking at some of the other aspects of Trade Ideas, but certainly get these down first. Daily support. So in our YouTube room, I take a break at around noon every day for between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room. And today's Monday, so it should be Chris Farley. So he'll be there between 12 and 1. And so before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in. Also, Chris is there every Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. So you can ask questions. Between 12 and 1, the different traders take over. Again, today's Monday. Tomorrow it'll be Michael Noss. Wednesday it'll be another trader, and we all have different styles. I'm definitely more the day trader of the group. Daily webinars. So this week we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation. Next week we're on the Tuesday, Thursday. You can sign up for them all right here. And I mentioned Michael Noss, and Michael put this great little series together. If you're new to trading, again, this is all free. It starts off with what is a stock? Short videos. So if you're new to trading or looking for a bit of a refresher, or maybe you made a different take, this is all free. Take advantage of it. And last on my home page, my scans. So these are the scans that I'm sharing. So the race mode, this is the race that you see over here. I can see that it is definitely starting to smooth out. You're going to be referred to Zach's bouncers and toppers. None for me today, but when I do get some, I will talk about them. You'll hear me talk about the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. Don't get too many alerts. This is it today. I mean, that's it. Okay, just 4 on the upside and 1 on the downside. That's why I don't get too distracted from the races. And even on the basic new highs and lows, most of these will probably be in the races. But look, not very many. So also, this is what I use in the pre-market. Though listen, I've got to admit, I'm not as hung up on my pre-market work as I was before I started using the races. Okay, I still will do some pre-market work. Nice to know, why maybe something is moving up or down. If it's an earnings play or bad news or good news. But I'm more focused now on these races. Once the market starts, this is going to let me know what is moving. But I do have a lot of scans that I am sharing. So my advice, save my link, then you can look at the education, my scans, the getting started anytime you want. Okay, so we have a question in our YouTube room before I keep moving here. When do I cut my losses and move on? Well, one of the things we always, I guess I'll say preach, is that Dustin, when you get into a trade, you should have a stop. Okay, and your stop is the price where, if the trade is not working, where you're going to get out of the trade. So it's hard for me to answer that as very generally, when do I cut my losses and move on? Because again, when I trade, I always have, even though I might think it's the most wonderful setup in the world, and I have a lot of confidence in taking the trade because it's all setting up the way I like it, it still may not work. And so I'll always have a price. I'll always have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. And that price is, the stop. I base a lot of it on where I might, on a no less than say a 5-minute chart, where I see a lot of what I will consider support for at a certain price. And if it broke down through that support level, I want to be out of the trade. So it sounds like, I mean, so are you just asking a general question, or are you asking a question about a specific stock? Because that's my general answer, is that when you get into a trade, you should have a stop. And then the stop also will determine how much money you're willing to risk on the trade. I'm sort of jumping around here because usually I do this a little bit later, but if you have a $5,000 account, I hopefully would make sense that you're not going to risk $1,000 on a trade, each trade. So I'll show you later on what I do in the simulator, how you can practice trading. And I always have a risk of $100. So in other words, if the trade works against me, the most I want to lose is $100. And that's going to share size me. So I don't take the same number of shares per every trade. It's all going to be determined between, what I enter the trade at and where my stop is. And so if the difference happened to be 20 cents, say I get into something at $4 and my stop's at 380, based on the chart, not just because I think 380 is a nice number to get out at. So if my stop is 20 cents away and I'm risking $100 on the trade, then I would divide 20 cents into 100, and I get 500 shares. So I would have taken 500 shares on that trade. If my stop was 15 cents or something different, it'll be a different number of shares. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. You're right. I didn't see that. Well, again, so you're talking specifically about NVIDIA. Yeah. So, I mean, you shorted it. So you shorted NVIDIA at 152, I'm assuming. Now it's at 165. Well, it's the same thing. When you got into that short, all I can say is, I mean, I can't, listen, I'm not a financial advisor, okay? So I'm not going to say, well, you should be out of this trade now because it's at 165 and you shorted at 152, because the next second, who knows, maybe it starts to drop. The only thing I can say is that, when you took that short, and it's after the fact now, it doesn't sound like it doesn't sound like you had to stop where you were going to get out if the trade moved against you. Now I'd be looking at this and thinking, well, maybe, it's going to get into some resistance around 173, but that's still $8 away. So, but I am not a financial advisor. I'm not going to say to you, well, this looks pretty good. It looks like it's going to keep moving higher. So therefore you should, cover your short position and exit because 2 seconds later it may drop. Okay. So I'm not a financial advisor in that. Okay. Well, even like Trade Ideas doesn't tell you where to put a stop. Okay. I mean, Trade Ideas is, I mean, we're a scanning tool. So even before you had Trade Ideas, again, now, no, I'm not trying to pile on you, David or Dustin or anybody else, but again, the way I trade, I always have an out. I always, just because I think something might work really well, it just won't, doesn't necessarily mean what I want it to do is going to do it. So I always have a price where I get out of the trade and move on. I can always, do the trade again. If it sets up again the same way, I can always try it again, but I always have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade. I know it's hard sometimes, you think, especially, tech has been beaten up for quite a while now, and Nvidia is one of the big tech names, but I don't trade stocks in this price range, so I couldn't even really, if I had shorted this down here. But that happened on Friday. I mean, this is the gap up today for you. Guys, I'll be right back. Just give me about 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. And it doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas, okay? So I showed you that I am sharing a lot of scans, okay? On my home page, in the scan section, we also have a lot of scans here. Here meaning if you click on New from our toolbar, and then click on docked channel bar, you will see we have a lot of channels here. These are all themed based channels. So if I click on explosive winners, you'll see there is a race right here, and the race that I display over here is based on this race. I've made some adjustments. You know, I've upped the minimum volume. I have a different price range and all that. But in essence, it's the same. It's the same idea. Okay. So all I'm really trying to do right now, though, is showing you that we have different scans in all of in the channels. Okay, all these theme-based channels have different scans. If you saw something that you liked, okay, the biggest gainers from the open, or this race right here, you thought, okay, I wouldn't mind having this race right here, or this scan, or this scan. You just basically right-click and you duplicate into a free-floating window. What that does is it takes it out of this layout, okay? It takes whatever you're interested in out of the layout. And when I do that, it pops onto one of my other monitors, okay? So here it is, free floating, free floating. And at this point now, you right click and save or share to cloud and save, okay? And now it's in the cloud. So the concept is this. You go through the different channels and you start to see, you can see a scan that you might like. I'm going to go to the momentum channel. And remember, I'm not trying to teach you how to use Trade Ideas, you know, from scratch. Well, I'm just showing you the basic ideas. Okay. And it's up to you. You have to go to the guide and take a look. What is an alert window? What is a top list window? You know, layouts and things like that. But all I'm really trying to do is show you how we have created a lot of scans for you. So if you didn't want to create any scan from scratch, you could. So here's a momentum, okay, a momentum window or scan. And so if you ever want to find out what a scan is looking for, and that includes, of course, all of my scans, all you have to do is right click, configure, and click on summary. And you'll see what the scan is looking for. So these icons are the filter icons. So, and these are what we call ands. So in other words, the stock has to be between $1 and $50 and minimum volume 100,000 shares, and the current volume is 3. Current volume meaning it's trading 3 times normal up to this point of the day, etc. That's how you always start off. If all these filter requirements are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why you just see FENG right here. If I click on FENG, you can see it right up there. It made a new high right up there. You can see on that 15-minute chart. Okay. BXL at 1036 made a new high. Obviously, it's not 1036 anymore, but when you load a channel, you'll see the last alert. So you can see, you know, so it's not quite, it's 2407. If it got back up to 2419, you'd see it again. That's what credit is really good at, is the real-time alerts, okay? So again, if you like this alert window, then you would right click, duplicate into a free floating window, have it free floating, and then you would save it to the cloud. So all I'm really trying to show you is the concept of going to the different channels, and you can start extracting scans that you think you might like. Okay? And then what you do, once they're in your cloud, you bring them back one at a time. And then you're able to create a layout of scans that we've basically created for you. Now you can always adjust the scans. In other words, if you didn't like the price range, you could adjust the price range. Maybe you wanted a different minimum volume. You can always adjust it. But if you liked it the way they are, then you just save it to the cloud, like duplicate into a free floating window and then save to the cloud and then bring them back one at a time and maybe add some charts, things like that. And you can create your own layout without really having to create anything from scratch. Now, of course, if you do want to create your own scans, you can. So I'm going to right click on this alert window. I'm going to click on configure this time. Instead of summary, I'm going to click on search. So when the company started in 2003, they thought, you know what, most people probably don't want to have to learn a programming language to create their scans. So what they tried to do was create enough alerts. When you see these icons, these are our real-time alert icons. And when we get down to these icons, these are our filter icons. So they tried to create enough of them so that the majority of our customers, with all the different types of trading styles there are out there, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Again, I always have to say it like this, but it's true. Don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. I probably only use 0.5% of the number of filters and alerts that we have. I don't know them all. I don't have to know them all. I can just kind of pick and choose what I might like. It's that simple. So, I mean, I'm more of a guy who likes to see new highs and new lows of the day, but I mean, there are all sorts of different alerts, real-time alerts that we've got, but you don't have to learn them all. Okay, now a word on the AI. We nicknamed it Holly. If you have our premium service, I would make it super simple. From our toolbar, just click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Now, by the way, I'm in a development version. That's why I have many, many more options down here, but you don't have that, of course. Yeah, it's called TI Swing Trades, I think, Perfect Circle, something like that, TI Swing Trades. So there it is, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. That's what I would load. And when you do that, this is what you're going to see, okay? And you just wait for, I don't know why I have segment in here. Let me get rid of that because I don't care. There we go. So all I would do is have that window and you just use how I use it when I can pay any attention to it at all is as a watch list. I wish I'd seen this, Lynn. That's not bad. 747 entry, 761 right now. There's your stop. How you trade it will be up to you. Nothing happens until at least 9:35 with the AI. So what I would do is I would have this window as part of your layout. So tomorrow, for instance, when you load trade ideas, say before 9:30, this window will be blank and you just wait for the alerts to happen. And there's no video. I mean, if you go to our guide, there's a section on the AI so you can get an idea, concept, but there's not going to be a video that's going to say, well, you got this alert you got the LIND alert at 7:47. What do I do? How do I trade it? Okay, you've got to have some trading, a little bit of trading knowledge, chart reading ability, things like that. You got to take the time. That's why we have that section, the back to basics. If you're brand new to trading, the back to basics. And last but not least is this Brokerage Plus window, this big blue window on the upper left-hand corner of my monitor. We call it Brokerage Plus. Oops. Okay, I mentioned it. Yeah, it's an AI alert. I mentioned it earlier because it was an AI alert. LIND. So I put a link in called Brokerage Plus. If you click on the link, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video and a long video. The short video, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay, that's only brokers it works with right now. Yes, we're trying to add some brokers, but you know, we've been talking about that for a long, long time. So right now, it's just Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. If you don't have an E-Trade or an IB account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. It just means you don't have access to this feature. That's all it means. Also, if you're using our web-based version, this is not available. Now, how I like to demonstrate its use, and the second video in that link goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window, okay? How I like to demonstrate its use is more in as a simulator, paper trader. If you're new to trading, please, please, please practice trading first before you commit money to the market. You know, I mean, I'm not trying to be a real, you know, a Debbie Downer here, but trading is hard. And, you know, there's a learning curve. You know, there's a learning curve for our software. There's a learning curve to, you know, understanding how the market works. So, you know, you've got to spend some time, and that's why we have a great simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker. If you wanted to practice trading first before, and you don't, you know, you haven't decided who your broker is going to be, that's fine. All you need is our standard service. And then you load this window called Brokerage Plus from the toolbar. Click on New, and then you'll see Brokerage Plus. Load the window. When you do that, you will see it says not connected. So then you just click on the SIM underneath the Brokerage Plus tab. When you click on SIM, that'll turn to account. And then click on account, and then you'll see simulated trading default will pop up. Now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. Why you see this one, this HTGM, I took this trade in the simulator last week at some point, and I never exited. So it's a way in which you can practice swing trading also. Okay, you can hone your skills in swing trading. You know, so if you take a trade during the day and you don't exit it at the end of the day, obviously it'll carry forward. Now, if I want to get, these are hotkeys. So if I highlight a, if I highlight a, if I highlight a trade I'm in, then I can either flatten it, which will get me out, or I can get it at a half, or I can double my position. Okay, so very not too many hotkeys, but those are the main ones right there. Well, not the main ones. These are the hotkeys. Okay, and it's simple to take a trade. Something's going on here, guys. Okay, guys. So yeah, I am just It's following internal discussion. So Chris will not be in our YouTube room at noon today. It will be Michael Noss, okay? So Michael, yeah, Chris has got something he's got to do, so he won't be able to make it in our YouTube room. And so Michael will be there. Now, Michael is a big user of Brokers Plus. He likes to back test his strategies, things like that. Okay. So if you've got questions like that, save them. I'm not a back tester. I don't back test anything. And I don't use Brokers Plus. I trade from within Interactive Brokers. Probably the main reason is that I don't want to be flipping back and forth between a live account and a simulated account. Okay, trading is difficult enough. You have to have a lot of concentration, and so I don't want to accidentally think, well, am I taking this trade in a simulator or am I taking it in my live account? So I just trade from within Interactive Brokers. That's what I've been doing for years. The other thing is I'm not in too many trades at the same time. It's rare that I'm in more than two trades at the same time. So it's easy enough for me to manage. So Peter, are you okay? Peter, are you in the room? I see you asked a question about the top 10 list. This is all I'm talking about. Okay, the top 10 at the end of the day, the top 10 list in the races. That's all I'm talking about. If you're in the room and you can hear me. Okay, so at the end of the day, the stocks that won the most races, the one that won the most races will be the top, and then the one that won the second most races be at the second, all the way down to 10. So that's if I refer to a top 10, that's what I'm talking about. Okay. So Peter, you're usually in our YouTube room. So let me just, Peter, did you hear that? Okay, guys, here's one that's starting to move a little bit. The CYCC, starting to move a little bit. But moved up and they just pulled right back down. So let's just demonstrate a little bit. I'm not seeing too much happening right now. Okay, so let's just demonstrate a little bit about money management. And all the time is it 10:56? Only take about 5 minutes or so. Okay, if you're new to trading, I think this is important concepts to understand. So let's just say I wanted to take the CYCC. So you click on the alert and it'll show up here, except it's not. Okay, so, oh, am I connected? Yeah, I'm in the simulator. So I've got a little bug going on here, guys. As I say, I'm always a guinea pig for these development. So because the symbol should be showing up here. I mean, I can type it in, but that's not the way. Okay, let me just try one thing here. Hello, Aiden. Yeah, okay, that's it. Yeah, sometimes I just had to delete it and reload it, and that'll work. Yeah, so we don't trade cryptos, Aiden. Okay, so we don't do crypto at all. We're just stocks. I mean, we have, there's some crypto stocks like Mara and Riot and BITO and things like that, but we don't scan for crypto. If you can hear me. So let's do this CYCC again, okay? And I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why I'm taking 500 shares. I'm going to go right in at the market. The bid ask is only a penny, so I can buy at the market, and then I send it. Well, if you're talking crypto, we don't do crypto at all, Aiden. So, so I'm not sure how to answer your question. We don't do crypto at all. We don't scan. So, this program just doesn't do it. And if you're asking me for another program that doesn't, I don't know. We're just stocks. No problem. We'd like to add crypto. I mean, they talk about it, but when it happens, we've been talking about it for a long time. So took the CYCC guys at 133. Okay, right in the simulator. I'm going to put a stop at one. I'm going to explain why I'm doing this. 103. 20 cents away. You're going to see when I add the stop, you're going to see approximately minus 100 appear on the charts. Except, put the wrong stop. I'm going to get out of this trade, guys. What I'm trying to do is make the math super simple. So I'm gonna enter this trade again. Okay, the 500 shares. Okay, so I'll be back in this trade. Okay, entry 133. 113 is my stop, not 103. I'm just trying to make the math easy. I'll explain why. So on the chart, you will see something that says approximately minus 100. Okay, if you can see this down here on this daily chart, it says minus 99.15. It's just below, the stop is below on these other time frames, so that's why it's hard to see. On the weekly chart, you can see minus 99.15. Anyway, why does it say that? So when I trade, I actually am looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. So I'll have a checklist. If I cannot check every box, I don't take the trade. It's that simple. I cannot remember the last time I deviated from anything like that. Okay. And so that keeps me out. So consequently, I don't trade that much. Even if I weren't moderating a trading room, it's not like I'm trading, 30 or 40 stocks a day. I mean, I used to maybe only trade 5 or 6. That's it. So I try to be highly selective. So let's say I can check all my boxes and I like it. I like everything. I like the setup and I take the trade. But before I take the trade, I know where I'm going to get out because I think the trade is a great setup, wonderful things. I hear about the company. We're talking about it in the room, even has good news, etc. News is not a reason for me to take a trade. Okay. But maybe it's a bonus. Trade still doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work. So I'm going to have a price I'm going to get out of the trade. Now, typically what I do is I look at a 5-minute chart and I size up where I think there's a good support area of a price where if it broke down through that area, I want to be out of the trade. Now, that can be an issue with a lot of people because, my idea where support is might be completely different from yours. So if I were starting out, what I'd do is I would take the low of the previous 5-minute candle, and that would be my stop. So the low price, the low of the previous 5-minute candle, and you can practice doing that. That is a defined number. There's no guesswork. that is a number. Okay, there's no, well, I wonder what the low is. You know what it's going to be. So why I tried to make this math simple, you notice I took the trade at 133. I was going to say my stop is 113 because that's 20 cents away. I wanted to make the math easy because now the next thing is, okay, you get into the trade. If it doesn't work, how much are you actually willing to risk on the trade, in terms of a loss? So I mentioned this before. If you have a $5,000 account, hope it makes sense. You're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. So why does it say that minus 99? That's because I took 500 shares. But remember, before I get into a trade, I know where my entry is. I know where my stop is. I subtract the two. 133 minus 113 is 20 cents. I divide that into the $100 I'm willing to risk on the trade. And that's why I took 500 shares. So there's a little bit of math, that's involved. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet, pretty simply. So that would show you, assuming you're going to risk the same amount per trade, which is what I try to do. In other words, I don't risk $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. So it's easy enough to set up an Excel spreadsheet, say based on $50 risk, $100, whatever your risk is going to be. And you would input your entry and your stop. Of course, it's going to subtract it, and then it'll divide that into that $100 or whatever that number is going to be, and it'll tell you how many shares to take. Okay, so it takes a little bit of the guesswork out. Okay, that's why you got to practice trading, though. Okay, use the simulator, practice, see if that low of the 5-minute candle makes sense to you. Next step is the ability to obey your stop. Now, first of all, if you practice in this simulator and you cannot make money, and again, I don't want to, doom and gloom you, but if you can't make money in a simulator, just forget about trying to make money with your account, because it's just, you've got, just give me a moment here. Let me expand this. Why is it like this? Yeah, just got little things going on in this development build. But anyway, if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money live, okay? Because in the simulator, it's easy enough to obey your stop, get out of trades, in and out and all that. It's just play money. It's not your money. You lose money, oh well, who cares, right? Problem is that even though you can, once you have graduated, in other words, maybe you've been able to make money in the simulator, and now you feel you're ready for trading, great. However, one of the hardest things to do is when you start trading is to obey your stops. Easy enough again in a simulator. But when you start to trade, sometimes you just cannot believe a trade isn't working. You can't believe it. Everything looked great. The room is talking about it. Again, it has bonus news, good news, a good PR, earnings, whatever. It's just looked great. So instead of obeying your stop, you start disobeying your stop. You start saying, well, I know I put it at the low of the previous 5-minute candle, or it was setting up well, good support area, but it's moving down to that, and you just won't obey your stop because you think, it'll come back. It will come back. So your $100 manageable loss turns into 200, 300, 400, 500 before you finally give up and you sell it, kicking yourself for not obeying your stop. Number one. Number two, almost as bad, is allowing it to turn into a $2, $3, $4, $500 loss, and then it does turn around for you. Now all of a sudden you're up $2, $3, $4, $500, and you're so happy you didn't obey your stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. Of course it can. But in my experience, not obeying your stop basically will just destroy your account eventually. You might get lucky. You might get really lucky on one. You didn't obey your stop, and you make an incredible amount of money. I'm not saying it can't happen, but if you want to do this in a we'll call it professional way, but if you want to take this seriously, my opinion is to have a stop and to obey it. You can always get back into the trade. You can you get out of the trade, and then it could set up again, and you could always try it the next time. Maybe the first time you got in, maybe all of a sudden the market conditions turned on you, or just something happened. You just don't know. There's all sorts of reasons why a trade won't work. So that's it, guys. Off my soapbox. You can practice trading in the simulator. All right, what is happening now? The rhythm is just a mess, in my opinion. Well, not a mess, but it's just not active right now. The rhythm, the RYTM. The ILAG was a good trade, but again, you cannot wander away. Okay, I don't even know what the float is on this one. Yeah, 8 million in the float. So you hear me talk about, the float many times. So a lot of the things that we see, because of, well, that I see anyway, are stocks that are fairly low float, not because that's what I want to trade. It's just that, I'm more interested in stocks that can give, some really interesting percentage increases. I mean, this is up 62%, but at one point when it was up at 444, that was a lot higher, right? It's still up 62%. And typically, the only way a stock usually can be up 62% or 100% or sometimes 2 or 300% is if you have a low float situation. Now, the float is the number of shares that are available to trade on a daily basis. So typically, when you look at a stock, take a Facebook. Facebook will have, I don't know how many shares outstanding they've got, but if we look at, I guess it's not Facebook anymore. I'll never be able to call it Meta, but okay, Meta. So Meta has 2.2 billion shares in the float, okay? But there are more shares outstanding. But what happens is you start subtracting from the shares outstanding, you start subtracting, how many, the CEO owns, all the C-suiters own, and probably some big mutual funds, because those shares cannot be traded on a daily basis. So you start subtracting, and that is what gets you the float, the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. 2.2 billion, obviously that's a lot of shares. That's why Facebook, it's going to be really tough for Facebook to go up 10 or 20 or 30% or down even. Now, we had that one day, when it had the disastrous earnings report. Yeah, but those days are few and far between. Okay. So for me personally, I'm just interested in the ones that have the ability to move, good percentages. But look at this one, 56%, but it's a high float, 188 million. So it doesn't mean that I discount something with a high float. It just means typically, though, for a stock to be up 55%, it's going to have a lot fewer shares in the float. Just think of the float as being the supply of stock. That's the supply. So like any other commodity on earth, if there's low supply and high demand, what happens to the price? It goes up. So in this case, there's high demand, 88 million. I mean, the relative volume is 120, means it's trading 120 times normal. Okay, so there's high demand for whatever reason. Maybe it's not in this case. I don't think it's an earnings play, but they did have some news. They put out this news that it sold 9.56 million dishes to its recent live streaming event. Okay, there's your news. Whether or not you think this news warrants a 56% increase is completely irrelevant. Okay, and people get very hung up and trying to figure out, well, how come this didn't move up? I looked at their earnings report. They even guided well. Everything looked good, and yet the stock tanks. You'll drive yourself crazy trying to figure it out. Okay. And vice versa. You'll see some of these, especially with these low floaters, they put out a press release that looks, okay, come on, is that such a big deal? It doesn't matter what we think. The market is telling us, and that's really all there is to it. So all we try to do at Trade Ideas is take advantage of these moves, if we can. So I'm always, all my scans are geared to try to find these stocks that are trading abnormally. And, it just happens that most of them, but not all of them, are low float because, typically, how is a stock going to move up a big percentage unless it has, a low supply of stock? Yeah, look at the SPY guys. We haven't seen a day like this for a while. I mean, market gapped up and it's just been flat. The SPY has really had not much movement for a couple of hours or an hour and a half anyway. Well, boy, I've seen a lot of stuff like this. I mean, these things that pop up, they look really good for a bit and then they just come right back down. There's eyes. Eyes has been, it's been a tough trader for a long time, in my opinion. Okay, guys, maybe keep an eye on DTSS. The only reason I see it is that it's thumbnailed for me, and is DTSS. Whoops, too many S's. DTSS. See if this is a negative. Yeah, so it's trying to go positive now. It had a big pop in the pre-market all the way up to $3 and fell all the way back down to 2, which is a big percentage move down. Trying to maybe crawl off. I think it did have some news. They say they've got a $22.3 million purchase agreement for something. I think it's a 5G. Is this 5G? Yeah, okay. And it's a China stock to provide 5G messaging services. 20 enters into a $22.3 million purchase. So again, you look at that, go, wow, how can it not be up at $10 right now? I mean, it's got 9 million in the float. Isn't that fantastic news? Again, you look at that and go, God, I got to pile into this thing, and look what happens. So now what happens with me and this the racing is that where it can get really interesting is out of nowhere, some stock that hasn't done anything all day long, okay, starts to move its way up, and hasn't done anything all day long, and all of a sudden it just starts to move. So let me go over this. Again, there's a lull right now for me, so I don't mind doing this. So let's take this one. This is what I'm basing the race on. I'm going to duplicate this window. Okay, just because I don't want to. Oh, it's what? I know what I did. Okay, I'm going to duplicate the window. So a race always starts off with a top list, okay? So because I'm an active trader and I'm looking for stocks that are, really going to move, hopefully. So what I do is I start off with this top list. So this is what the top list looks like. These are, very hardly any filters really, other than I want a price between 1 and 50. Minimum volume is 200,000 shares, and I want the stock to be positive for the day. So, up 2%. So not really that many filters. Okay. And so that's why we see these stocks here. And of course, with the top list, I can sort on any one of the columns that I've got in my top list. And right now I'm sorting on the position in the day's range. Okay. So I want to see the stocks that are right at the top. So VHC, as an example, is right at the top. You can see VHC is right at the top of the day. But I can sort on the change from the open. So right now, I've sorted on the change from the open. So I see ILAG is right at the top. It is 17% above the open. The open meaning that very first trade of the day, okay? But when I look at this list, how do I know if anything's moving? I mean, really, how do I know? I mean, I guess if I really stared at the top here and I start watching to see if this percentage changes, I could see, but I really can't tell if anything is moving in this list. Not easily. Okay. It's telling me is that ILAG is at the top here, and this SkyX is next. But what if something like Grab, and I'm just showing you, what if Grab is really starting to move? I would have no idea, if it is doing that, because this is it's not quite a static list, but I mean basically it's just a list, and I can't tell again if ILAG is really moving. It's at the top here, but is it moving? I don't know. I have no idea. So that's where the races come into. You start off with a top list, and I can't, I like this one because it happens to be something that I know these are stocks that should be fairly active all day long. But look at the list. I mean, it's a huge list right now, and some of these may not do anything ever. Doesn't matter. But if all of a sudden, if one of these things that are right at the bottom really starts to move, I will know about it because of the way the race is constructed. So you start off like this. So start off with the top list and then launch the real-time stock race. So here are your decisions. If I elongate this window, you see it says 10 is the default number of stocks. If I elongate this, I can add more. I'm not sure it's that necessary, but you can see I'm just sort of pressing this up arrow and it's giving me more. Now the minutes to run, that is up to you. I have chosen 4 minutes. So every race is going to take 4 minutes, and then another one will start after 4 minutes. But that is up to you. And why did I pick four? I thought 1 and 2 might be too many races all day long. And so I just picked 4 minutes, and it seems to, be okay for me. The next thing is the based on. Now, if that is a down arrow, if I click on it, you're going to see that the based on will give you all the columns that are in your top list window. Now, one of the things that people say to me, or we get a lot of emails saying, well, I'd like to do it on the change from the open, but it's not here. You have to make sure it's a column. Okay, so when you create your top list window, and you do want, if you want to run a race on the change from the open, then you have to add it as a column. Make sure it's a column. Okay, and then it'll show up here. And I'm not saying the change from the open to run a race on is the be all and the end all, but that's what I chose. That's what I'm choosing to do it on. Maybe you want to do the change in 15 minutes. The percent, what are the ones that are moving the most in the last 15 minutes or 5 minutes? Okay, I mean, these are all different columns you can have. So I've chosen change from the close. I'm sorry, change from the open. So there it is. Now the sort on, I have no idea what would happen if I sorted on anything other than delta. What delta does, it shows me the stocks that are moving up. Okay, that's it, the change, delta, Greek change, etc. Okay, so that is why every single race is using the sort on the delta. So I'll see the stocks that are up the most in this, or the ones that have moved the most. I'll see them right at the top. Next is replace cars. Now I like to do that because again, you'll see the cars as they're moving up. It'll replace ones that are above it. Okay, it'll start moving up, it'll replace. So that's why I use the replace cars. If you don't see show company logos, if you just see race cars, and if you like the race cars, that's fine. That's how it all started. But I like the company logos. I think it's a little cleaner looking, doesn't take as much space. So if that is not an option for you, that means you're not on the latest version of Trade Ideas. Okay, you'd have to go to our homepage and make sure you download the latest beta. And auto rerun. Okay, that's what I do, because when a race starts, when it stops, I want the next race to begin. Okay, so automatically, I don't want to have to start. I don't want to have to, when a race stops, I don't want to have to click on start race all the time. I want the next one to just start automatically. So that's what I do. Okay, it doesn't mean that's what you have to do exactly, but that's what I do. And again, go to our guide and go to the race section. It'll give you all the detail, the general idea of the racing. Oh, the other thing is, when you start off, this is what I would also do. When you have this window, right click on it, and then you see where it says show top 10 winners. Click on that. You only have to do it once. And then that's how you'll see a column on the right hand side, and it'll rank the winners over the course of the day. How many times did a stock win a race? So there's the ILAG, won 7 races, FHL won 3, etc. At the end of the day, you'll have a top 10 list, and some stocks may have won a race many, many times. Probably watch them tomorrow. Well, in theory, Interactive Brokers does not sell order flow. I mean, they charge commissions. I can't speak to their light program that they don't charge commissions. I don't know. Certainly in Canada, it's illegal. The order selling order flow, but somebody else may answer that. But I would definitely give the races a chance, guys. I mean, I was very skeptical at the beginning, and they had them out for months before I sort of. This is my third week, the start of my third week. I see that I'm, just almost concentrating 100% on the stocks that are in play all day long, winning races over and over again. It's also a way for somebody like myself who's not a good pull or really didn't see pullbacks very much. So look at ILAG as an apple, an apple, as an example. I think it just won the last race. And why? Well, but look, it's not that it's not at the high of the day. All of my scans are all based on the new high or new low of the day. That's my trigger. Okay. That's what I was kind of, like to see. So I would not see a stock that pulled back in my scans unless it pulled back and then, went back up to the high of the day. But here I can see right now, ILAG is pulled back. Maybe it's basing a little bit here now. Okay. Maybe it's getting set for another run as an example. So you can use the races as a way to find pullbacks. A stock that is starting to move doesn't, nothing is 100% guaranteed, but a stock that wins a race after it's pulled back some, maybe it's getting ready to roll again. Iris, I'm sure I've said just have to go to my homepage. I'm sure you've asked me that before. Just go to my homepage. It's there. Here's my link. Go to the scan section. Go to the scan section and where it says race mode. So if you go to my scan section, click here, and there it is, race mode. So it's based on that race that you see. And I thought you had asked me before, but remember, guys, if you take anything from me in terms of the scans that I'm sharing, make sure you save your work to at the end of the day. Save your work. Save everything that you've got to the cloud. Individual scans, layouts, okay? Because if you just exit without saving anything, then everything you do, even if it's changing maybe a price range or a sound alert that you put on, will not be saved. So make sure you save your work at the end of the day. Mm. Does yours still show race cars, small steps? I'm not sure what the lane colors would mean at all. Because there's no option as far as I know. There's no option as far as I can see for unless you're talking. Okay, so if you right click on your top list window, or let's pretend that this is running. If you do this, so you can make the adjustment here, show array setup. If you don't have an option that says show company logos, then that means you need a later version of Trade Ideas. So again, if you launch the race, but if you're already in the race, I mean, the reason I don't like to do it here is because I don't want to lose my top 10. Okay, so I always practice on something else. But if you've got this and you don't see show company logos as an option, then you have to have a different version of Trade Ideas. You have to go to our home page, okay, and download the latest beta. So do you have that option that says show company logos? And you would know that immediately. Just go to your top list window, right click, launch real-time stock race. And when this box pops up, again, if you don't have something that says show company logos, then you need a later version of Trade Ideas. So Iris, the scan is built on this one, the biggest gainers from the open, this top list. And that's already attached. So if you click on the open, you can open the top list. Okay, so if you on that right there, then you just open the top list and you'll see it. Okay. Okay, it's funny, 2 days ago, really. Okay, well, you have to have our latest beta, I guess. Okay, so if you go to the home page, let me just get my link here for you. Yeah, so yeah, 0.69 doesn't have it. If you go to my home page, on the link, and then go to the top, go to the download, and scroll down till you see this 0.96, the beta. Okay, then you'll have the option to change it to the logos, which I think looks cleaner. Well, you asked what the race is based on, Iris. So the race is based on that top list. Okay, so the race is based on that top list, but just run the race. If what you're, just make sure you right click. I can't tell you when you download my race, you have to start the race. So if you downloaded this, the biggest gainers from the open, the race itself, I can't remember if it actually starts to race immediately, or you have to click, like the right arrow to start the race. And then once you do that, then you'll just keep running and running and running and running. Okay, good, Iris. All right, guys. Wow, 11:37 already. So In about 20 minutes, Michael will be in our YouTube room taking over for me for that the 12 to 1 slot. Take a look at this Hassie, guys. This is the one that got, I think, hammered by Hindenburg, maybe one of those short selling specialists. A few days ago, it is trying to come back. HASI. This is a snoozer now, guys. I mean, there is not a lot happening. I mean, we can always find, things happening, but the overall market is just absolutely snoozing here. This is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So about an hour and 45 minutes of really just flatlining. Seeing this FFHL a little bit. Oh, this is that Fuway. Yeah, I mean it's a little too choppy though. I mean it's trying. You can see, it is moving up, but and so you can see what it's doing. You can just kind of see right on the 5 minute chart. But to me, I'd like to see a little more room that it could get to before it, in my opinion, starts seeing some resistance. So it's just not attractive to me. Just a minute, please. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, the AI today has only had the one alert, and it's a great one. Yeah, the Lind, Lind. I can't say that this is a market that the AI would be any better in, or I really can't say that. But certainly only one alert today. What bounce scan? Okay, so Teddy, what I was talking about, it's not a scan. Well, it's a race, okay. And so when you see something that is, winning a race, and you click on the alert, okay, earlier when I clicked on ILAG, okay, and so if I bring up a big chart, you'll see what I'm talking about. So ILAG started to win a race right here on that move, on that green candle. So all I'm saying is that, for those of you who like to play bounces, pullbacks, and maybe bounces, this is something you can look at. I mean, did it bounce that much? Not real. Well, I mean, I don't know. It depends on what you think is much, or a person thinks is much. But this could have been the start, of a recovery. Okay, so it's a matter. It's not so much that this is designed to pick up bounces only. It's just that when you click on an alert, you might see a pattern that says, "Hey, wait a minute, this is has pulled back, and now it's starting to move up again." Now, how much and how far it's going to move up, we have no idea, of course. Okay, does that make sense, Teddy? Yeah, AMC is, I mean, I gotta say, AMC has been strong. Give me a moment here, guys. Get rid of all these thick lines. There we go. So now we can see. Yeah, I mean, it is, over the last, now, granted, the previous 3 days, you would have been sitting on dead money and wondering, is it going to do this or is it going to drop? So, yeah, come back. Yeah, come back. We do this again between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Monday to Friday. Well, I did see Tilray earlier, so let's see what Tilray is doing. Wow, yeah. So Tilray is so on Thursday they had the news. The Senate again looking at legalizing cannabis in your country. I mean, it's a huge long shot. Your country meaning I'm a Canadian and we're of course legal up here, but and so then Friday again, I think the reality sets in is it's going to be, in my opinion, just a long shot. But anyway, things are happening again, with Tilray and CGC. Take a look at MJ, the ETF. So MJ's on the move, but just a disaster sector, absolutely disastrous sector. Okay, things are sort of back to normal for me now, guys, in terms of the smoothness. I was watching AKAN. AKN was way down here, and you just sort of move up, 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 and it's right at the top now. Now, it could get supplanted by something else, of course, but and again, don't get the wrong idea. If something's winning a race or is won a race, doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. It just means this is an active stock that has to be watched, especially if it wins a race over and over and over again. And the other thing is, you don't have to wait for the race to end, and say, okay, like I've got 2 minutes left in this 4-minute race. Do I have to wait to the end to see who the winner is? No. If a stock is moving, that's when we can start finding them, and maybe in the early part of the move. I mean, you'll see some that are like 10, 12, 15, 20% sometimes. Those are big moves, but they started off at, 1, 2, 3 as they were moving up the list. All right, guys. So as I say, Michael should be in our YouTube room in about 10 minutes. Chris normally does the Monday stint, but he is going to be unavailable. So Michael will be there. So what I want to do is just put the YouTube link in. And so when I take my break at noon, you can head over to our YouTube room and listen to Michael. Again, Michael is a way bigger user of Brokers Plus. Plus, he does a lot of back testing of his own scans. He will talk. I sort of joke around with him. He'll probably say, people ask him, well, how do you do this? How do you do that? And he'll always start off with, you have to have a trading plan. You have to have a trading plan. You have to have a trading plan. Before you start out, you've got to have an idea about how you want to trade. Things as simple as, okay, well, is there a price range that you feel comfortable with? A minimum volume that you feel comfortable with? Maybe, there's all sorts of things that go into creating a trading plan. And, because people will throw out symbols at him and say, what do you think of this? He says, well, does it meet your trading plan? And people go, huh? What's a trading plan? Without a trading plan, you're just flying blind. This DTSS is starting to make a little move here, guys. I mentioned and it's gone positive, mildly positive. It did hit this area 301 in the pre-market, and it actually went negative, and it's trying to come back. It's a low float, not really trading that much. I mean, I know it's 5.7 times normal, but it's only 600,000 shares, and we're already almost at noon, so it's not really trading that much. Yeah, guys, EVTL is just, I'm hearing it now. It just took out the high, I guess. That's why I'm hearing it. EVTL. More news. I mean, but tough. I mean, look at this. It got up to what, 640, 650 in the pre-market, drops all the way down to 4. I mean, that's a $2 drop on a $6 stop. I mean, these are big percentage drops. Hard to, doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. But it got going on Friday because of the news with American Airlines, and had a little more news today with a deal with who are they with Babcock. So I mean, but not easy, and it's not a low float, 47 million. So it's interesting that it's traded fairly erratically. Usually that's more indicative of something with a lot lower float, but think of this as sort of another way too when we're talking about the races. And by the way, Michael is not a huge race proponent. Okay, so if you're asking questions, he he's not as sold on it, which is fine. Okay, he's not. I'm not. I'm not trying to. All I know is I'm sold on it. But it's like being able to watch all these charts without having charts. Okay, that's how I look at it. Something that's happening way down here. I mean, I would have no idea if it's moving, and but it's like almost like having a chart, and you just see, so you click on it and then you get the chart, of course, but you'd have no idea in a top list whether something is moving or not. EAVM. Oh, guys, there, the EVTL is definitely on the move. But you're in chase mode now. I mean, that's pretty extended on the 5 minute. Is this shortable? Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Zach, your EXFI, did you, why? I saw this on your topping scan. Doesn't really move much. Boy, there's room though. I mean, if it ever really wants to give it up, I mean, it looks like the good support around 1970. I have no idea why the cryptos are. Maybe somebody else who follows cryptos a lot more closely than I do might have an idea, but I certainly don't know. All right, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in. Michael should be here any moment now, probably 2 or 3 minutes. Once Michael shows up in our YouTube room. And by the way, in case you guys are wondering, I mean, I call this the main room, a lot more action, a lot more activity amongst traders, okay? And then we do have a YouTube room, okay? I think most people who go into the YouTube room, it's a little easier to get into, and they probably don't care as much about interacting with traders. They are just maybe interested in hearing me and seeing my screen. But if you want a lot more action in terms of interacting with other traders and ideas thrown around, definitely the main room is where you should be. But it's up to you. And the main room meaning right here. All right, let me just get the room up so I can see when Michael shows up. SOS is starting to make a little bit of a move. Just a little bit of a move. Actually, a bigger move than I thought. Shoot, I saw this one. I also have this race running here, the increasing relative volume. And it's the other race I kind of pay attention to see if there's any correlation. And I saw that SOS right around 6. That was a great move from 6 to 6:30. But you've got to be quick. 5.3 million, another China stock. Yeah, look at it go now, guys. SOS. No, I did find it, Hall. Thanks. It's a lot to digest. I'll have to. I like the visual, the charts and all that. At least I know what you guys are talking about. Whether I use it or not, I don't know, but see what Michael does regarding all, and let's see if he's added any more. Aha. Okay, so we're starting to now at least organize. Okay, organize. This is, yeah, they're starting to organize a little bit better. So there's the strat. So these are, I don't know why they're not all in here, but if you go over there at noon, you can probably ask him if you want, see what's happening. I know he's gung ho about doing it. Yeah, forget about rhythm. Rhythm is a mess. In fact, rhythm is starting to turn into an interesting looking short. Wow, SOS, guys, SOS. Mr. Michael Nost in the house.
Yes, sir.
There you are.
Took a second to
Well,
load this.
that the Market Explorer is now organized a little bit better.
Oh, do you see that?
I see it anyway.
Oh yeah, I don't think they do yet, but yeah.
Okay.
That should be coming in a beta near you soon for sure.
Okay.
You notice some of them aren't clumped in, and that's just because I don't have. I like that we talk shop in front of the users. I think it's good. So I just need a back end portal. So they're going to build me a portal where I can go and clump, because the other 3 down there should be part of the strat as well.
Yes, I noticed that.
So yeah, so very soon we'll do that, and then as soon as we get going with our AWS move, I'll have the gloves taken off and I can start adding stuff like crazy.
All right. Well, we've got. I don't know if Hall is going to show up. He's in our. Hall, you are a user of the strat, I'm assuming, right? He may not answer, but he's in the main room, and he's the one who gave me that information on the weekend, Michael, that I sent you.
Yeah, I saw that. I read through. It was good. One thing that's actually cool, and we're going to be doing, I don't know if you heard in the last marketing meeting, but we have our contact and kind of our big affiliate for the strat, the Stratolorian. We're gonna do a YouTube series where he's gonna teach me kind of step by step how to trade the strat, and I will so he'll kind of be teaching me, and that will be up on our YouTube channel and my YouTube channel and all that. So I think that's going to be cool.
Yeah.
I may not use it, but I always think it's cool to see how other people trade, even if it's
exactly. And you never know. I mean, there's so many of them. Maybe there's just one that says, "Man, oh man, I'll definitely try that one," and just see what happens.
Yeah, well, and it's kind of like
I'm
Bruce
sorry.
Lee, right?
Yeah.
Barry will be a strat trader. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Maybe. You never know. Maybe I will be. By the way, guys, in the main room, I'm talking to Michael Noss in our YouTube room. They don't hear you, so that they might be wondering. I think I'm talking to myself.
Yeah. Well, here, listen. Go drink, man.
Yeah. I don't do that at noon, Michael, but that's okay. But thanks.
Sure
That's
you
my little
do.
workout routine. Okay,
Yeah,
you got it.
lifting the beer glass to your mouth. It's your workout
Okay.
routine.
Okay.
All right, man. Have a
You're
good one.
on. Okay, bye.
I'll see you in a bit. Okay, everyone. Now that the teacher is gone, my name is Michael Noss. I'm chartered market technician. What we do here every single day that the market is open is Barry kind of hands over the reins to one of us traders, and we go through and just we're here for support. So if you have any questions about trading or trade ideas or anything like that, the next hour will be devoted to that. And I always say I appreciate when people ask questions just because we got nothing really to prepared going forward. Just because we want to make sure we're open for questions. So we don't want to be rambling on about stuff. So the more you ask questions, the less you'll hear me kind of ramble on about nonsense all day. So it's in your guys' best interest to ask questions. I do have a race on my screen. I'm trying them out more and more. Again, it's a different way to visualize data. I'm sure if I can figure out a way to make it work for my style, visualizing data is good. I'm not a big, not magic. It's a different way to visualize data. So I always try to, I'm trying to always figure out different ways to do it. One of the scans or the channels that I'm working with a bunch is channel bar. There's a sector one here, and you guys know I'm a big relative strength guy, so I like sector status. And this has a scan as well. This is a big channel, so it takes a second to load. Right, so I think this is an interesting one just so you can see kind of what's moving in the market itself. So again, I'm always trying. I'm not opposed to anything. I need to make it fit my work style. So like anything with trading, it either fits your trading plan or you ignore it entirely. Those are the two options, in my opinion. Hey, how's it going? Well, Barry will be a strat trader. Why some scans I can add time and other ones I don't have the option to add the time column. You can only add the time column in alert windows. That's probably what you're noticing. If I open up a new alert window and I config here, I can put in the time, because basically what that's doing is it's filtering the time of day in which that alert's going on. But if you do it in a top list, if I go new and then a top list, there's no time column. And the reason for that is that let's just open up recent pro gaps. Why not? Let's open up this one. The reason for that is that this window here refreshes every 30 seconds, thereabouts. I guess there's nothing in here right now. Oh, here it is. Right, so this will refresh every 30 seconds. So you can actually see here at the top of the screen. Do I have my Epic pen on here? Using a different parallels version I usually use, just is annoying. So I opened up another cloud computer. So you can see, I'm just getting this pen to open so I can highlight things better. Here we go. Right up here, that this will refresh. Oh, that's a little big. That this will refresh every 30 seconds, right in this area. So the reason you don't have a time column is because the time column is to limit when something came through, which you can do on an alert window, but this will always be up to date within the last 30 seconds, unless you go back and say, if you overwrite that, if you go back and say, I want to go back in time, which you certainly can do if you wanted to see what this looked like this morning, you can just right click and then go time frame and then use historical date right here. And that will allow you to go back in time and see whenever you want it to take a look at. So that's the difference there. I like the time column for alert windows because you can basically say, I don't, um, I don't want to see an alert in the first whatever minutes, might be a way to look at it. XBI. What are my thoughts on XBI? I did my whole analysis last night. It's an interesting little bull flag here. It came off this potential double bottom here, and it put in one bull flag, and that worked out. Now it's maybe putting in another one, but you gotta zoom out, right? This is in the context of this thing being absolutely hammered. So, until we kind of start an uptrend, this thing's still in a downtrend until proven otherwise. So it's just a bounce in a downtrend. And that's what I think about the entire market right now. So, yeah, things are looking good right now, but you have to understand the biggest rallies always happen in downtrends. So we are in a downtrend and just having a bear market bounce until proven otherwise. Love your rambles. It's awesome. Hey, Mike C, how's it going? Been a bit. If it refreshes every 30 seconds when there are a lot of alerts. So no, I think the separation in your mind's the difference between an alert list and a top window. So let me try to just break that down and see if I can explain that a little better. So a top list window, the way I always equate it is looking at Excel, right? So like this is an Excel spreadsheet. I don't know if you've got an experience with Excel, but a lot of people do. That this is basically a giant Excel spreadsheet that has all of the real-time data for all of the stocks in the market. And you're filtering it, but by whatever you put in the filter section, and then you're sorting it. So let me actually just go in and show. So if I can figure, so I'm filtering just like I'd filter a spreadsheet, right? If I had a spreadsheet of numbers and I wanted to say, hey, only show me the numbers that are over 100, right? You can go in and you can do that. So here's what this thing's being filtered by, but then it's also being sorted by either what you have here in the sort section, right here, or you can sort it by just double clicking. So if I wanted to resort this sheet maybe by the gap, I can double click and you can see it indented this gap box right here. And then if I wanted to double click again and say above pre-market low, I can sort and the sheet sorted again. That's a way to look at it, is it's always looking at everything at once. And then it's just, you can sort it and filter it, right? So we have a spreadsheet in the back office that has all the data points. And you're just, instead of looking at everything, you're filtering and sorting by what it is that you want to see. Now, an alert window does the same thing, but it will only show you an alert if and when an event occurs. So let me open up an alert window here. And we'll just grab something random. Short squeeze thing. I don't even know what these are. They're just kind of random. So this alert window right here uses the running up alert. So it can show absolutely nothing until the moment that a stock meets all of the filters, like in the top list, and also hits the running up alert. So it has to run up, I think, more than like 25 cents in a minute. So they're just two completely different ways to look in the market. So this, to answer your question, I guess a little more simply, you said if there's a lot of alerts, can I filter by the most recent? Well, that would be an alert window that you'd want to see the most recent. Whereas a topless window is going to show you everything and you can filter by whatever you want. But there's not most recent or least recent. It's just it's all there. I hope that makes sense. They're just two completely different ways to visualize the data to look at the market. When I looked at TI strength, almost all the stocks are down. Let's take a look at TI strength. I haven't had a chance today. Sometimes stocks go up, sometimes stocks go down. It's going to be the main thing. If you're looking for a way to have always stocks going up at all the time, then don't trade. Is kind of the key. Oh, I see now. Thanks for the explanation. No problem. That's why we're here. So 3 out of the 5 are up. So almost all are down is just objectively untrue. So NOV, I would have gotten triggered in this. I have that set up. RPRX hasn't triggered yet, but this one's up as well. CNC, I would have gotten triggered in that as well. I just say I would have because I just set up the stop limits. So I would be in that as well. GLPI, maybe I'd have to check. I think I actually put mine over 50 on this one. And VICI is about flat. So no, I would take a look again. You can just look at the change from the close tab and see that, right, objectively, they're not all down. Actually, the majority are up. So then this is TI strength, I guess, while we're here, if anyone's interested. This is a relative strength algorithm that I built that pretty handily outperforms the market on a kind of more boring, slow investment style where you're just looking for the strongest stocks in the market. So that's what it's doing as well, right? So you can go through and just take a look. This is one of the main places that I do my scanning. Because basically what it's doing is it's ranking all of the stocks in the market. Like Li Auto, for example, I really like the look of, and I actually picked some of this Li Auto up this morning as it broke back through these highs around 39. You can see broke out here on the weekly chart, had a big area right here that was resistance, and then now it's support, and now it looks like it's breaking out. So I really like the look of that one. But yeah, these are algorithmically displayed, I guess, stocks based off of a proprietary ranking thing that we do as well, right? So can you share bounce scan ideas for the program? I'm not too sure what you're after there. It's all going to be about how you kind of personally define a bounce. We may have some channel for that. Let me take a look. But yeah, it's one of those things. Everyone's going to define a bounce a little different, right? You need to make sure that you've got that kind of specification down before you can figure out what it is that you're looking at. Where would a potential bounce scanner be? Going down, I guess. So yeah, if you click on your channel bar and then click on going down, you're going to get a bunch of losers, right? So the biggest losers today, you could look for the ones that are up. Again, I need a little more detail on how you define a bounce, like, and that's how you would build your scan as well. You would say, for example, it's got to be up X percent on the day, and then it has to be below its high by, X dollars, right? It's going to be different for everyone. Same here with Iris is how do you define strong? Right? You could look at the explosive winners, and I think this one has the biggest gainers from the open, which is right here. So if you go to your channel bar and you just click on explosive winners, it's got this scan right here that just has the biggest gainers from the open. So if that's how you're defining um, the strongest, then there you go. It's right there. So just explosive winners, biggest gainers from the open, and that's the actual thing that's running this race too, is the biggest gainers from the open. So um, might be a good way to look at it. I think that's the race that I'm running here. Again, I'm just playing with things right now, but just a good way to make sure that you're looking at that, right? It also has Trade Ideas Winners Watcher that has some of this. And then this, it's biggest gainers on the week, but that's just a change in 5-day filter. So building an oversold on the RSI scan. So all you do is go new. You got to figure out whether you want an alert window or top list. Um, that's going to be up to whether if you were around for the explanation earlier of the difference between the two, whether you want something that has a trigger event or whether you want just to look at the ones that are oversold the most. You would just open up your top list. Easiest way to do it is always go to the search tab. That's always the second tab in right here. And then just type for what you want. Now, if I just go RSI, you can see there's a bunch of different time frames. So you're going to have to look at whatever your time frame is. Let's say I pick 15 minutes and I just hit sort by and smallest on top. And I'll just take out everything that's in here. Let me make sure. Okay, so that's just price $1 to $500. You'd have to change that based off whatever your parameter is, 150,000 shares a day, and click OK. It's just going to show me these are all of the stocks with the lowest RSI on a 15-minute basis. Now, again, depending on what your time frame is, you could take a look at that if you wanted to filter by RSI to make sure it's um, that you're not seeing values over under a certain amount. You could do that as well, but just customize that for your time frame. So just new stop list, and then search. It's always the best way to hit RSI, and then here's the RSI settings that we have. So let's just do it for daily now. And let's just say I want a maximum value of what, 20 is generally what people consider oversold. So on a maximum value of 20, I'm going to add in that column. And then again, just sort by is another tab just right up here. You can see right now it has volume today, but I'm going to sort by daily RSI. It's 15-minute there, but I'll scroll down and I'll sort by daily RSI. And then I'm just going to put the smallest on top because I want the smallest number for the RSI, which would be the most oversold. And then if I click summary, I really like the summary tab. I suggest you always look at the summary when you're building the scan because it just explains it in plain English, right? Stocks between $1 and $500, stocks where the average daily volume is 150,000, stocks where the daily RSI is no more than 20, and sorted by RSI with the smallest on top. And I'll just say oversold RSI on daily. And here's the list. So, for example, SOS has, if I go and add the RSI indicator to the daily chart, and then we go to what SOS, you can see it's bouncing a bit today. So these values are as of yesterday. That's oversold. Now, what I will say is, and I'm sure you know this, is that if you're doing something like that, unless you're looking to short them, you are counter trend trading, so be careful, right? Make sure you've obviously built a written and tested trading plan around this, because it's not the scan that makes the trader, it's the trading plan. So there's the scan there. It's, really basic. I would tweak it, but tweak it based off the trading plan you work so hard for. Part 2 question. Yesterday, my web browser, I searched TI relative volume. The search result on the custom list, high relative volume near 52-week high. How can I easily get that list in desktop software? Yeah, well, you can always add a list of your own stocks to any scan if that's what you're after. And you just simply do that by going into your title bar here, and under tools, go to symbol lists, and you see I've got a bunch, but you don't need that many. And then you can create a new list, call it whatever you want, right? So, right, I'd put in test, but I think I already have a test here. So I have test. And then when you do that, it will open up a box like this. And then you can simply copy and paste. You can load it from an Excel file. You can get it in there a couple different ways, but um, the kind of the best way to do it is just copy and paste it if it will work in a tab like that. And as soon as you've built the list, and again called it whatever you want, you can go into uh, configure, and then symbol lists right here. And then you go add existing list, and that will push the list over here. And then just tick the box and hit OK. And then that scan will only look at that list as well, right? Can I easily transfer 25 results into a symbol list? Yeah, you just do it the way I showed you there. You just copy and paste the names over. Right now, if you're looking for something that's high relative volume and it's near its 52-week high, I would just build a scan for that, right? So you would have to define first what high relative volume is, but just like I showed the last person there, is you just go into search and you type in L, and you type in relative volume, and then you define whatever high is for you. Let's just pick a random number like, I don't know, 5, right? That'd be 5 times normal volume. And then I would do position in year range. So a quick explanation of this position and range filter, right? Say this is the yearly candle, right? So this candle here represents the last 365 days of trading. This point at the bottom of the candle would be 0, and this point at the top of the candle would be 100, right? So the middle point would be 50. So then all you'd have to do is say, what do I define as close to the 52 period or the 52-week high? So you could, for example, in this, put in a 80, and that would be, and let's say a max of 100, I don't know, 70. And then we'll go position in year. In what is it? Rel vol I of year. You can just name it whatever you want, right? I just named, and then sort it by whatever you want. I'll sort it by position in year range with the biggest number on top this time. And then here we go. So these are some stocks that are putting in a lot of volume that are in the high end of their 52-week range. Is there any moving average crossover I would recommend? No. Every moving average crossover has been tested. Every single one, right? You got to think for computers, that's the easiest thing to test. So every combination of every single moving average crossover has been tested. Moving average crossovers do this really weird thing where they look good on the chart, and then in the real world they suck. So that's why I think people are always kind of falling into the trap of moving average crossovers. So this scan we have here, this was requested by the CEO, and it's a simple uh, 13 EMA and add, and then a 50 SMA. Don't know why pick those numbers, but there we go. So you look at something like Apple and you think, oh, look, the crossover happened right here. And then it shorted, it went down for a while. But really, right, people look at this and they say, oh, look at the crossover happened right up here. But really, it happened on the close of that candle, right? And same with the cross up, right? A lot of people are like, oh, it crossed up right here, but that's okay. But it would have crossed up on that candle. And then same, they say, oh, look, you had a little cross down and then it moved a while, but the cross is confirmed on this candle, right? So it always happens why um it always happens why well after you think it will, right? Here's another good example. People go, oh, look, this moving average crossover up here. But again, it's going to be the low of this candle. So they always happen because moving averages, like anything else, are lagging by nature. They're going to have a kind of a lagging issue where they're going to look good, but they're not really going to work in the real world. And again, just you can tell this by testing, right? Where again, all of these things have been tested. Right? There's nothing new with them. And it's one of those things that it's for an algorithmic system, the easiest thing to test is simply a moving average crossover. So personally, I don't like them. Again, if you got a system and it's working for you and you make a bunch of money, have at it. I guess I'm wondering if lists can be transferred from the web to the browser. Yeah, well, if you're signed in under the same account, you can transfer them over. But I would just copy and paste the list. It should take you less than 3 seconds. Again, but if you want that scan, I would just build that scan. That would then you have it forever, right? Have I learned anything about the strat in my time collaborating with some traders using? Yeah, I know most of it now, I would say. I don't know if it's going to be something that I'll utilize in my own trading, but I understand the concepts of it. The thing that I like about it, and I said this before, is it is systematic in nature, which isn't to say it's it's a trading plan that you just follow forever, but it is systematic. So there's not very much room for subjectivity with what they do. right? Things either are a pattern that exists like this in their way of thinking, or it's not. There is no middle ground. So, it may not be for me. It may be. I don't know. Whenever I do this course with the Stradalorian, maybe he'll sell me on it. But it's one of those things where um, I can appreciate a trading style without being interested in trading it myself. So I get the concept that they're going for, where it's a very simple, uh, you know, they're basically taking old school candlestick patterns and then combining them with a way to objectively identify trend, and they're just slapping those two things together and they're coming up with trading style. But just like anything, it's a trend following based system that uses candlesticks for entry and exit. They kind of all agree that indicators, which I agree with them on, that indicators are borderline useless for a lot of things, except maybe filtering out scans, or maybe filtering for scans like that low RSI. That might be a reason uh, to look at a stock. It wouldn't be a reason to trade a stock. Um, so they kind of all agree with this concept, and then from there, it's just to look and say, "Hey, these are the candlestick patterns that I like." So, if you guys are interested, again, stay tuned for the series that's coming out. Please explain why we get more than 100% of the time. Well, because it's always based on kind of the last candle, right? So to go to my example, let's just say this is yesterday's candle, right? So then what we're saying, so there's a position in yesterday's range, for example. So this would be 100% in yesterday's range. So if price is trading up here, it's greater than 100%. Just like this would be 0 in yesterday's range. So if price is down here, it would be less than 0. So that's just the reason, is that it takes the time. Like, so the position in monthly range will be the last 20 days represented as a candle. So if you're above the 20-day range, then it's going to be greater than 100. And if you're below the 20-day range, it's going to be less than 100. Or less than 0. So a negative number. So, for example, if you want a stock that is just breaking out, because one of the ways that I like to use this, so say you're doing an intraday fade, what you may want to look for is you may want to look for stocks that just broke yesterday's range, and then you may want to watch them kind of reverse, right? So you may scan for something that says, "Hey, I want it to be above 100, so maybe 101 to like 110, and then I'm going to watch to see if it comes back into that range," type of thing, right? Got it. Thanks. No worries. On the charts, there's a smart stop. Generally speaking, is it a good low risk entry at the bottom of the smart stops? No. So the reason for the smart stop is that it's essentially to help traders. Uh, so if we go to SOS, it will update when you currently bring up the chart. So you're not looking to buy it down here. It's basically saying, if you were to buy SOS based off of the recent volatility of this stock, this would be an interesting place to look at putting your stop loss, right? Algorithmically. Now that's going to be based on your trading plan, whether you put it, under a moving average or price action or low of the day or however you want to do it, that's fine. This is just basically saying that based off of how much the stock normally moves, it's a calculation to say, hey, this might be a logical place for you to put a smart stop, or to put a stop. And then the smart target is 2 times the smart stop, just to say, hey, and this is to help people uh, help newer traders kind of guide them to make sure they're not doing something crazy where, they're doing a day trade, but they're putting their stop way down here. Or, kind of what we see more of is some people saying, oh, well, it's a $6 stock. I'm only going to risk 5 cents. But basically, based off of this, if on how much it normally moves, if you put a smart stop based off of 5 cents, you're going to get triggered almost instantly. I don't know what the spread of this is right now, but it's probably opens up to 5 cents at the time. So again, just a nice guide for newer traders to make sure that they're looking at a reasonable place for a target or a stop, and that they're shooting for a target that is multiple times their risk. That's another thing that a lot of traders get in trouble is, they either don't have a place to put a stop or a target, or they put it in a place that just mathematically based off the stock makes no sense. So it's a nice guide to say, hey, make sure you're risking something that's kind of that makes sense from just how the stock normally moves. Are there other ways to search for bounces other than RSI oversold? Oh, there's tons, right? So you could do RSI, there's Bollinger Bands, there's how much it's down in the last 20 days, how many days in a row it's down. Um, you know, geez, distance from the 200 period moving average, distance from the 10, distance from the 5, whatever, right? That's why it's very important that you start with the trading plan first, and then you build the scan off that trading plan second, right? Don't try to just say, I want bounces, give a scan, and then try to trade that scan, right? I've been mentoring traders for a very long time, and that's a quick way, unfortunately, to have kind of the money taken from you. So, right, start with the scan first, make sure it's something that makes sense, and then build the scan for it. Right. Smart stop. What time frame is it set? It's not a time frame. It's a volatility metric. And yes, it does move or dynamically throughout the day, but it's a volatility metric. So it's kind of looking at, um, how much a stock moves in a day, give or take, right? And it will adjust dynamically based off of. So if a stock gets really, really volatile, it's going to lag because it uses math, of course. But can you do combos 5 days in a row and but a bullish engulfing candle? You could. The easiest way to think about combos is that scan that I gave you. Definitely take our intro training so that you know how to do this. But the scan that I gave you, for example, you could essentially just go through and say, I want to add, okay, so low RSI. Let me also add, how many down days in a row, right? And that's just our consecutive day filter. Um, right. So you could, again, think of it like you're filtering a spreadsheet. So I could take the daily RSI and I could combine that with consecutive daily candles, and then I could combine that with, um, two distance from a 200 period SMA, and I can do all the kind of combinations that I want. That's why it's very, very important, to make sure that you know what it is that you're looking for first, because if not, you're going to get just lost in the sauce, right? There's just so much here that, uh, again, people trying to build the scan to make the money are going to have a hard time, because you could build an infinite amount of scans and none of them could be useful to you, right? So it's about building the scan that will be useful for you, even though it's not going to be um, it's not going to use everything. Like what you're seeing here for my, uh, this is basically what I look at all day, right? I keep everything incredibly simple. So we have these RSI divergences. If you're looking for bottoms, this is an interesting way to do it as well, where it's just looking for, if I put back the RSI, simple daily divergences, which just means that the price of the instrument moved lower at a time that the RSI did not. Theory being that there's some oversold or there's some momentum loss in the most recent down move. And you can go through and see all these. This is built into the Market Explorer. Right? But again, it's important. Do you have a trading plan on how you're going to trade an RSI divergence, right? What is your entry going to be? What's your exit going to be? Where's your stop loss going to be? All of that kind of stuff, right? So it's having the plan first and then trying to figure out uh, what you're going to do with it second. It helps trading be incredibly boring, like it should be, where you're just saying, I know what I'm going to do because it's simply going to be what I have written down and I don't really have to think about it. Right. So if you're interested in RSI divergence, you would just say, okay, well, I'm going to use the RSI divergence scanner. I'm going to find it and then I'm going to do X, Y, and Z for entry, exits, that kind of things. Right. I want to know what can be found best. Well, define best, right? We can find whatever you want. The What is going to be best is, I'm telling you, the trading plan is the hardest part. Finding the stocks that meet the trading plan, that's the easy part, right? You just take our intro to training, you'll be a pro at building scans, everything else will be super easy. If only the hard part was the scanner, right? The hard part is definitely the plan. So again, what is best is going to be whatever you're testing, because part of your trading plan is you have to go back and test different scenarios and see which one makes the most sense for your time, temperament, trading style, psychology, that kind of thing. And then once you figure it out, again, building the scan's easy. Always remember who you're competing with out there. Right? The biggest guys in the world, they know how to use a scanner. Right? They don't have your trading plan, which would be the thing that would separate you and them, right? Are you mostly swing trading now or shorter term these days? I'm mostly swing trader. From I trade FX, I trade crypto, I do some day trading, but I am mostly a swing trader. I have a couple day trading styles that I play with. For me, I like the concept of why exit a position at a random point in time because that's the close, right? I would rather, if I buy a stock and it's working for me, I want to hold it until the moment it's not working for me. And whether that's an hour, a month, a year, 3 years, right? I find that limiting yourself based off time probably not the move. Now, I understand that some people trade prop. I've done that in the past. They're not allowed to hold overnight. If you're using a lot of leverage, maybe you pare that leverage down when you go overnight, things like this. But for me, I just trade. But mostly I look for days instead of minutes. Kind of like a Barry's more of a scalper. You'd look for minutes. I look for days. I just think it will be um, it's more kind of worth my I don't know worth my time, but uh, Yeah, no, that might be an apt description. Right? I can spend less time working and looking at the market and attempt to achieve more. And it's so what do you think about the trade ASO? Well, Steve does a great job with the trade of the week, so I'm sure it's great. Yeah, it's an interesting look. This one's got a pretty gnarly short float. It's got 24% short, and I know that float's been short for a while. So I see what he's looking at, right? It had this little interesting bear trap going on here, and 40 seems to be an important level. So looking for it kind of above this 40, which it looks like it went today. So I like the look of this one. I might take if it closes above 40, I might buy some of this. I do most of my swing trading on the close because I want to see what that closing print either looks like or is getting close to looking like. And then I will take a trade more or less based off of that, right? Um, instead of trying to like figure out the multi-time frame analysis and try to make a day trade turn into a swing trade. A lot of what I do is I just sit down at the end of the day, I look at any day trades I make, and if they're going well for me, they may turn into swing trades. But that's mainly where I'll manage my swing trade portfolio and say, um, okay, it's closed up here, right? There's an old saying in the market that amateurs open the market and professionals close it. And essentially just means that the institutions and everything will place their orders throughout the day, but a lot at the close. So for me, and that's an old Charles Dow who kind of invented technical analysis, would say with this right here, if I can see it close over this important 40 level, that's interesting to me. Uh, then if this thing gets moving, maybe these shorts, which is like a quarter of the entire float, maybe these shorts get a little bit nervous and they start covering, and then that would create a bit of a short squeeze. And you could maybe make a good few bucks out of that. ASO on the close, would you want it to be at the high of the day or percentage? No, I'm a levels guy, right? As a technician, as a CMT, we're taught about just play your levels. So I look at this as like, okay, $40 was resistance here and back through here and back over here, and it was support right here. So 40 seems to be an interesting level. So if this thing can close above 40, but if it's at 40.1, I probably won't take it. So I don't know, anywhere in this area or above, I'll probably buy some. And then my stop would just, a worst case stop would be down here, but probably more likely in this area. Right, you make sure you can get some sort of a decent risk reward on it, and then you go from there. A lot of the crypto junk is moving today. Haven't looked at Bitcoin today, but it must be up. Things like Mara and Hut 8 showing some life. But yeah, I'm a simple beast when it comes to my trading. I look for what the strongest stuff in the market is. I hold it till it no longer looks like it's strong. Rinse and repeat. So like RPRX, for example, right? This was from the TI strength alerts. If it can get above 44.50, then I'm interested in this one. Worst case stop would be down here around 42. See if this thing can chop around and maybe break this high for a bit. Oh yeah, Ethereum is up 20%. Oh, actual Ethereum or Ethereum Classic? Stats Edge does not have discount codes, no. Too advanced for me. That kind of stuff. Ethereum is really up 20%. Why? Ethereum or Ethereum Classic? Okay. Ethereum Classic. ETC USD. Yeah. Don't know why. I don't really get involved with the ins and outs of the coins. I just trade them. I trade it like anything else. I like that you can trade a lot of it. You know, like you don't have to trade Bitcoin. If you trade MSTR, MicroStrategy, like this chart is Bitcoin, right? The whole company is kind of a leveraged Bitcoin play, right? Or you could play Coinbase, or right, like I look at it like in the short term, if you wanted to take a scalp on crypto, the thing you lose by playing something like Coinbase is obviously the 24-hour nature of it. So if something happens over the weekend, you're kind of SOL there. But I think that the probabilities now, I'm not interested in any of these things right now because they're in pretty obvious downtrends. But right, if you want to take a flyer over this base in Bitcoin, or Coinbase, I don't think that's the stupidest thing in the world, right? You know, right where you're wrong. That's really all I care about, right? You're wrong if it breaks this low. I think the odds of this getting to 120 is higher than Bitcoin getting to 40,000. So, especially with a short float of 21%. So you can think of this like a leverage Bitcoin play. But if you look at this chart and you compare it to the chart of Bitcoin, it's pretty one for one. And we could actually do that. Let's get rid of this and let's duplicate here. Pop this up here. Ooh. Oh, I got my pen there, screwing everything up here. And just do GBTC. Dyslexia is hard, man. I'm telling you. And then we'll just unlink that, and then we will go. Right. So the top here, GBTC, is basically it's the Grayscale Bitcoin Trust. So this company does nothing but hold Bitcoin so that people who can't trade crypto markets can trade it. And then this is Coinbase, and you can see it's pretty much the same chart. You know, maybe some differences, but then right, the question is, Coinbase is at 60. What are the odds of it getting to 120, which is kind of right here, versus GBTC is at 14. So what are the odds of getting to 30? Well, it's got to go way further to get there. So, you know, if you want to play a Bitcoin bounce, I think a Coinbase might be a way to do it. Just like Mara, which is a Bitcoin play, has already gone from 5 to 10, right? Lind. Holly's playing Lind, is she? Holly's an intraday trader, so this would have been some sort of intraday thing. It's bounced. Yeah, it's put in 4 times relative volume almost, so that's going to be something. There's some sort of news event going on here. It's doing 4 times more volume. So as an intraday trade, there's definitely something going on there to play. From a daily point of view, well, Holly doesn't really do that. So this is just in a downtrend. So it's just a bounce in a downtrend.
Michael.
What's up?
This is the
Mildly
ghost of
creepy.
Christmas. No, this is, yeah, the ghost of Christmas past. Well, what I would say about Lind, Lind, as a potential trade. I mean, I just looked at all that resistance around 840. So in theory, it's got some room to run still. In theory. It's not a bad one of the better alerts I've seen from the AI in a while, and I think we only had one today. I believe there's only one AI alert today.
Yeah, I
But when
think
I
that's
look,
why. Yes, they said, or the question was, it was its pick today. So yeah, it just for that user. Generally speaking, there's more than this, but
mhm,
um, the intraday action, which is what Holly looks at. If you look at the SPY, right, doesn't surprise me that there's right. It's just a nice tight range with nothing going on. Looks like we're breaking down a bit here, but um,
mhm.
you know, do nothing day. Everything kind of happened on the gap mostly for the SPY, so it doesn't shock me that there's not a lot going on.
Yeah, this is a well, and except for finally that last 15 minute or this 15 minute SPY candle. Other than that, we've been sitting there for about 3 hours just doing nothing. But this last 15-minute candle, maybe that'll signify a bit of a downturn. It looks like it's getting a little broader or wider.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
I think there's a lot of people excited about this bounce in the market, and it's going to.
Disappoint a lot of people.
I think it's gonna. Well, people need to know it's a bounce and a downtrend
Hmm.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh, so I tried the races there. I had a race going up for a while, but it was starting to get a little bit chugging on my system and stuff. So I don't know.
Yeah,
Still working on
there's
it.
been something happened today. I mean, I'm on a the recent development build, and up until today, the races was very smooth. In other words, if a stock was moving up, it would move. It was moving up smoothly. If it won a race, you would see it immediately get into the column. But I think they're aware. I've talked to Brad. I think they're aware that something is going on, and it's becoming a semi-jumbled mess again. So. I don't know what I'm on the latest dev build, so hopefully that gets because once it's smooth, when it's smooth, I mean, I know you're not a huge fan, Michael, but I mean, when it's smooth, I mean, it definitely has, for me anyway, it's got a nice visual appeal to it. I really, I can kind of get it, so, but
I get the
today,
idea. Way to visualize more data. I don't know, and this will we won't talk too much about it because it may never happen. But I don't know if you saw what I posted in our little
yes,
trader room Slack.
yeah,
How is
yeah,
that for visualization? That's like you can
mm-hmm,
see 500 plus stocks at once. Imagine that. Like that's the S&P 500, that example I showed. But imagine
right,
that with just being like the highest like relative volume names or something where you could see it all.
yeah,
Like I think so. I don't know. I like different ways of visualizing data. And I think the plan is that the races are going to be one of many different ways that we try to
sure,
revisualize the charts. And I think it's just be that some of them will speak to some people and some won't. Right. And
exactly,
um but the beauty of it and the beauty of what we do at Trade Ideas is that there's something for everyone, right? If you're a top list guy, we got those. If you want something canned and built for you, like the Market Explorer, we got that.
hmm.
If you want to get in there and build your own algorithms and stuff, then have at it. So
And before I let you go, I'm not a scalper. Okay, Michael,
you
you can,
certainly are.
in your world, I am. Okay, I'll let you go if you want to.
All right there. You have a good
Let,
one,
let, let,
Barry.
you
I'm depending. I may be back tomorrow. I don't know. Right. We'll see what's going on
yeah,
with
with Chris, yeah, I
yeah.
see
So
what happens. Okay. Okay,
all
buddy.
right.
Well,
Talk to you soon.
I'll take it over. All right, guys, I should be in both rooms now. I should be in both rooms now. And let's see, I'm just looking at this APRE doesn't have a ton of room, but it did pop up in my relative volume scan. Doesn't have a ton of room unless we discount. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of resistance around 150 in my opinion, but there's no question. I mean, something happened. Something happened. The relative volume increased, and it just started to move. But we'll have to see. I just look at the daily. I just think there's probably too much resistance, not that far away. All right, so here is an example. And again, I'm not a great pullback player. I don't really look for pullbacks, but here's CGC. I mean, it's winning a race. Well, it was, but now it's been supplanted. But at one point, it was just winning this race, not by a huge percent. But you can see exactly what happened with CGC. It pulled back, and then you've got that green candle. That green candle. So for you, those of you who like to play pullbacks, it's a way of looking at it. It's another way of looking at it rather than actually trying to create some kind of a pullback scan. You can kind of see what's happening here. And so maybe, hey, who knows if it takes out this high right there of 263. See, my issue with it is that it's so close to the high of the day. Will that stall it? So from 263 to 275 for me is not enough. And that's always my issue with the pullbacks. I'm always thinking they're going to get stuck on the way up to the high of the day. But that's just as Michael said a million, well, probably 25 times, have a trading plan. All right. It's easy, as Michael was saying in our YouTube room, it's easy to build any scan you want. You want a bounce scan, you want this and that, but whether that meets your trading plan is another thing. Teddy, it's not a pullback race. It's this gainer. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's the gainers from the open. It just happened to show a pullback. Okay, so it's not a pullback race, if that makes sense. So I mean, if you've taken a look at my home page, again, if you take a look at my home page and click on that link, and then you go to my scan section. Now there's the race. Okay, it's not a pullback race. It's just showing stocks that are moving the most from when every stock starts. Every 4 minutes they're all lined up. Okay, what stock is moving the most? That's basically what the races are all about. Once the race begins, what stock is starting to move the most? The thing is that something. Give me a moment as I size my window on my other monitor. And what were we? What one was I talking about? CGC. Okay, with CGC. What was happening is that I was looking here, and CGC was moving the most in relative to all the other stocks in the race in the top list. Okay, it was moving the most. It just happened when I clicked on the alert that it was moving from a pullback position. Okay, so it's not scanning for this. It is just, when I click on the alert, I happen to see the pattern. Said, well, okay, this pulled back for a bit. It's maybe trying to curl and move back up. I mean, obviously there are no guarantees. Does that make sense? So it's not a pullback scan or a pullback race. It's just that, at the time, CGC was moving to the top because, again, think of how this works. Look how many stocks I've got here. Couldn't possibly keep track on what's moving and what isn't. Okay. And so, but if something is starting to move in relation to with the rest of the stocks, relative to the rest of the stocks, you're going to see it moving to the top here. But, like any race, there's jockeying for position at the top. Unless a stock all of a sudden just has an immense move, it probably won't be supplanted, at the top for the duration of the race. But if a stock, this is like a 0.61% move, I mean, it's not that big a deal. That's why they're not interesting right now. But all of a sudden, something on this list may just start to move for no reason or for some reason. I mean, some room's got a hold of it, some newsletter starts to pump it, some group in Reddit starts to talk about it. We don't know. But all of a sudden, you see something really starting to move that you would have seen. just by staring at a top list. Okay, you never would have seen that. That's the whole idea of the races. And sometimes, I mean, it's a waiting game. And you have to like today is a pretty range bound little day. I mean, we don't see too many days like this. Usually we see a lot more action up and down, but I mean, right now we're seeing a little more action on the downside, based on that 12:45 15-minute candle that closed at 1 o'clock. We're seeing a little more action on the downside, but let's wait and see to see if this candle that's forming just moves right back up. Man, okay, guys, it's what's the SkyX doing? I mean, look at this stock, like ILAG, incredibly volatile at the beginning, right? Incredibly volatile, very low float, 8.7 million in the float, 90 million shares have traded, 21 times normal. It's traded the float, what, 11 times or so, around 11 times. Okay, just divide 8.7 and 90.7. Okay, so 10 and 11 times, and yet look what it's done over the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, almost 2.5 hours. Okay, I mean, so for an incredibly volatile stock with a very low float, tons and tons of action, but look what's happened. Let's take a look at it on a 15-minute chart, blowing up a bit. You're going to see what I'm talking about. I'm just using this as an example because, I mean, it was tremendous at the beginning of the day. Check the volume out. Now, typically the very first 15-minute candle, usually, if you check most stocks, probably the biggest candle of the day, with most stocks. So, so you see that and a little decrease, but look what's happened to the volume. It's just, as I like to say, it's putrid. I mean, it's just, there's no interest right now. There's no enthusiasm whatsoever for this stock right now. And that's why it's just hanging around. Until you get somebody wanting to come back in. And I mean, the actual volume is great. I mean, 1 million shares, that's great. But compared to the previous candles, nothing out of the ordinary. I'm not saying you have to get that first 15-minute candle type volume, but you want to see something that looks like, people are getting a little excited again about this. Till that happens, I mean, there's a little bit of a move here, but do you believe it? I mean, this candle has another 3 minutes to close. 2.5 minutes to close. That candle has 2.5 minutes to close. I'd be looking for a candle of at least that size before I thought, okay, maybe this can sustain the move. Otherwise, you run the risk of thinking, yeah, it's going to break out now, and then you think, hey, well, why didn't it? It might. Listen, not all the time do you have to have something that is really dramatic volume. but to me, it just helps. It keeps me out of getting into something, in my opinion, a little bit early. Well, Art, I see you in the tech support area. Maybe I can help you. Depends what type of tech support you're looking for. So when you say where can you get updated scanners, depends what you mean by that. If you're, all of there is no central repository of scanners like from all of our customers. Like I don't know what you mean exactly by updated scanners. So, but what scan are you talking about? When you say your scan only shows SKYX, is that because you just loaded a scan? Okay, that's because, okay, the reason why is because when you just load an alert window, it's going to show you the last one. Okay. So it's not that you'd have to do a history to see the previous ones. So when you load an alert window, like if I go here, like I'll go to, I know a very active, I'll go to the momentum scan. Okay. So I just click on the momentum. I'll see the last one because I'm just loading it now. Okay. I see the last one, ODP. So when you say my web page, I mean, it's possible I made a slight adjustment or something, but the last one is SKYX. So that is correct. I guess all I'm trying to say is that, I mean, this is the last alert that happened in the momentum channel. Okay, the momentum scan, that was 103. Even though it's 115 right now, it's just going to show you the last one. But if I do a history, of today, there are lots and lots of scans that would have come through, or alerts that would have come through. It's just that when you load, you see this? I mean, look at all the alerts that actually happened. But when you load anything for the first time, especially if it's later on in the day, you're only going to see the last alert. Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure you understood that, and I'm sure other people wondered the same thing. How come you just loaded my basic new highs, and how come I'm not seeing them all? Well, it's because you only see usually the last one. But the first one happened at 9:31, and then 9:32, 9:32, etc. All times Eastern, of course. So that's why, I mean, if you open trade, even if you're not using it, but if you open the program, if you open it at 9:30, and just before the market opens, then you can just let everything run. Even if you're not going to stare at your monitor all day long, but then you can see what happened. Continues all day, all day. Look at SKYX, you see. Now, I've organized this. This one right here, let me get rid of my announcement. So you see SKYX right here, okay? It just made a new high at 117,508, but I've sort of organized the way I've been presented the data a little bit different from this way, where you see it over and over and over again. Okay, you see how it's SKYX, I'm seeing it over and over again. This is the don't repeat version of this. Let me try to explain. So SKYX met all the filter requirements finally at 1240. Okay, and the price was 461. Now it's 5:40. So what this allows me to do is going to go back in time and say, okay, Delta had an alert at 9:31. The price was 31.60. What did it do from there? Okay. And the reason we can do this is that because there's a feature within Trade Ideas. If I right click and go to properties and then don't repeat, this is a drop down menu. So I can say, well, instead of seeing the symbol over and over again every time it makes a new high, I can select, only show it every minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30, 1 hour, or for the day. And so that's what I like to do. I like to say, okay, I want to see the first time it alerted, and then I can kind of go back and say, what did it do from there? Like, I mean, I know Mara, I think got up to 11. So from 9:17, got up to almost 11 as an example, okay? This one, don't repeat, is off. So that's why I will see this same symbol over and over again. Now, this one, I will see the symbol every time it makes a new high and the time. I just won't see it repeating over and over again. And that's because there's a neat little function. If, some people don't like that. I mean, maybe you want to see it over and over again. But if you don't, but you do want to see it when it makes a new high for the day or whatever your trigger is. I mean, I'm using a new high. Then if you right click and go to properties and go to view mode, and this will expand, click on that view mode. Now, all the scans, the default is newest first, okay? And that's why when I see this is the latest, newest first, okay? Newest first, the latest one first. That's why I see this over. That's the typical way of showing it. But if you wanted to, oops. Mouse, come on. If I use group and sort by, and I follow it like this, keep the newest first, yes, but time, just one time, and descending. What that'll do is it'll show me every time the stock makes a new high or a new low, depending on what I'm looking for. But it just won't repeat it over and over and over again. It's just another way of expressing the data, showing the data. Like don't worry, you don't have to ever do this. I like to do it on this one. Well, again, nobody has to do it the way I'm doing it, or and anybody else. I mean, nobody has to have a don't repeat or organize it like this. I mean, the typical way is just showing the alerts after alert after alert all day long. That's the typical way. Okay. I just found that it's nice for me to be able to say, okay, great. In this scanner, what actually happened in this scanner? Was it good or bad? Remember, trade ideas, the reason the program is called trade ideas, these are ideas. These are not, okay, when I get an alert, I just take the trade. I mean, here's the one. I had high hopes for this one, the para. We had an alert at 9:39, 23.84. That was going to be the potential short, okay? But look what it did. It actually bounced. I mean, so that doesn't mean just because you get an alert in a scan that you've got that you just pile into the trade. But I was really, I was really thinking this was going to be a great short because at that point, this was basically an all-time low. But people stepped in and said, you know what, we're gonna bounce you today for whatever reason. I mean, it's within 5% of the all-time low, but Paul, you know what I wouldn't mind if you would do is, if you don't mind, and listen, and I don't care if it works or not, okay? Why don't you, if you're going to take one of your strat trades, why don't you just, you know, tell me, like show us. You don't have to explain it, okay? Just well, you can say if it's a short or a long, but just here's one that I'm in, I'm taking right now, and it doesn't matter if it works or not. I mean, because the strat, I understand the whole concept of it. It's a very fine-tuned plan, and you have a defined stop and a defined entry, a defined stop, and a defined target. Obviously, they don't all work. And it's up to you. I mean, I don't want to put any pressure on you. If there's nothing happening, that's fine. Well, if you were here this morning, Teddy, ILAG was one. It is really the only trade I've taken today was the ILAG, and that was based on the. But it's not a video. I'm not sure. What we were talking about with the ILAG at the very beginning of the day was how many races it was winning right at the beginning of the day. It probably won the first four races. And so for me, I'm a person that just is paranoid about something that has to take out a whole number first before I take the trade. And so for me, it took out four right here on that second 15-minute candle. So that got me into, because when I look left, the next high was 578. Now, I was hoping it would get more than up to 438, but so really it turned into not the greatest trade based on that, but it could have, because look at all the room it had when you look at a daily chart. So no, you're not going to see a video of me taking a trade. No, but my video I did today was about ILAG. But as Michael said, Teddy, and I know you were listening to him, you've got to have a trading plan. And that, as he said, is the most difficult part of trading and trying and sticking with it. Now, if your trading plan is constantly producing losers, then you've got to change your trading plan, of course. But you've got to, and that's why we have a simulator, and you can practice, practice, practice. Look at the ILAG now, okay? I mean, and I'm not dumping on it. I know, Shady, you love it and all that, and that's great. But when I looked at this, I said, I just don't see the big volume burst. It may happen. It may happen later. I just didn't see a big enough volume burst for me to get super interested in it, as an example. I mean, it's still, but the way it trades with that float, it could just be resting, resting, resting. And if we get a big volume burst, that could get me definitely interested in taking this. Kathy. But for me, I mean, I've sat on my hands most of the day in terms of, I'm a pretty picky trader, and some days are just going to be like that. This HASI is interesting, though. I have to admit, look at the break for HASI, HASI, and you look left, and there's a ton of room because it got hammered down on. Looks like that's Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, so that happened on Tuesday. Got hammered down. I think that was, I never remember anymore. It's either Hindenburg or it was Muddy Waters. shouldn't say never remember, but I just can't remember whether it was Hindenburg or Muddy Waters, one of those short sellers that piled into it. Muddy Waters sank Zach. So it was Muddy Waters. So they, came out with a scathing report. But look, I mean, it's bounced not quite. It's bounced about $4 from the low. Does that mean you should take the trade now? No, not necessarily, but it certainly bears, the fact that it's got a lot of room when you look left to the next high. There's obviously been some interest for a lot of people on that bounce. Hi, Todd. Yeah, I mean, if you got in at 322, absolutely. But I never take a trade that early. I loved it from 4 on, from 4 to 4:30. But I could never take this trade that early. That's just that's my plan, right? That's my plan. My trading plan is not to take virtually no trades in the first 15 minutes. Is there ever an exception? Every now and then, but that's just my trading plan, and I'm happy with that. Did you miss anything? Well, you always miss. There's lots of things you miss. So from Zach's bounce cancer, I'm not seeing anything that has bounced yet. I asked you a long time ago, Zach. I'm wondering if you took that short for the EXFY, because that now it's about $1 move. Ah, okay. So again, these are not the easiest. Okay, bounce plays and topping plays, but Teddy, as an example, Zach's bouncers and toppers. Zach is one of our great posters in the main room, and he came up with this months ago, and so It's one of the things that I have on my homepage that you can have a look at. So the bounce plays. But does that mean when you get the alert, you just pile into the trade? No. Okay, but at least it's giving you an idea about could this bounce and where? See, the NCR is looking interesting as a topping play. It's interesting that the bounce plays are not working as well as the topping plays. Even though the market is, I mean, it's sort of tanking. I mean, it's moving down now, but the market has still been up most of the day. Most of these bounce plays are really have not interesting the way that worked. But the NCR, all right. So I took a little short on this NCR then. Underneath that whole number, just took it 20. What did I get it? 29.92. I guess I got it. Yeah, 29.92. If it gets back up to 30, I'm out. So I'm going to know if it's going to work really quickly or not. And why would I take it? Well, when I look left, it looks like it's got some room to the 29.50 mark. So if I'm putting an 8-cent stop on something that has a chance to move, 40 cents, that's a good risk reward. So that's why I took the trade. And it may be very boring. I don't know. It may be very boring, but there is a cross actually happening too in the 5-minute. 8 EMA looks like it's trying to cross down through the 20. One stock I never look at, Apple. Whoops. So meanwhile, I mean, SKYX, I wouldn't call it easy because it had that, got up to 543. It came right back down to 472, but, making another new high. SKYX. Not easy though. You get a big topping tail like that, and then it drops like 80 cents on a $5 stock. I mean, it all depends on your stop, guys. I mean, unless you're going to try to trade these without stops and just hope that they'll bounce, then, I can't help you. But I mean, for me, it's just a little too wild. No, I don't see any either on the SkyX. And it's not really a low float either, so you can't say that. But I mean, there you go, 44 million. It's up 54%. That's a staggering move with that float. NTRA, Natura, isn't that Natura or Natera? Okay. That news just hitting now. 1335, 1335. It's hitting IB anyway at 1335, 135. So that must have just hit. A little bit of a move, but not a tremendous move yet, unless the market just doesn't know this yet. All right, guys, let's see. What is that Matador doing? That was just ripping from your topping scan. 46.79. Ooh. Okay, so be wary. I mean, look at the SkyX now, guys. Remember the clues that topping tails and bottoming tails can present to you. Let's take a look at SkyX. Now, this last 15-minute candle still has another 5 minutes, 4 minutes and 15 seconds to close. But remember what this is showing you. Buyers had it up here. Buyers had it up here at one point, all the way up to 542. They closed it, and the sellers came in and they closed it down to 506. The buyers tried again. They got it up to 549. And this candle hasn't closed yet, but look how whippy it is. The sellers have knocked it down again. You get another. I mean, if this remains like this down at this level, you would think at some point the buyers are going to say, okay, you got it for a while. Remember, there's always this battle between buyers and sellers all day long. Unfortunately, this is not shortable for me because this, if this remained and then, it got underneath 5, I'd probably take a short on this. Now, this candle still has another 3 minutes. So, there could be a huge amount of buying that comes in and pops it right back up here. And in that case, all bets are off. But you get all these topping tails. Now, and the reverse, think about the reverse. If a stock had a bunch of bottoming tails, sellers knocking it down, buyers closing it higher, sellers trying again, buyers closing it higher. Again, eventually one side just sort of gives up for a while and cedes control. Very muted reaction to that ruling for NTRA. guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, your scan keeps telling us to buy COWN, Zach. At some point, boy, what a hit it's had today. COWN. You'd think there might be some support around 28.27. So that's still, a little less than $1 away. 28.47, 37. What's the low there? 28.29. So a little less than $1 away. Trying to see if there's is there any news on this one? I don't see any specific news on COWN. Is what we're talking about. So this is why, this is where it can be very difficult because, I had an alert to potentially play a bounce play for COWN at 31.61 and then at 30.83, 29.33, 30. I mean, it keeps moving down. That's why, bounce plays are not easy. If you're new to trading, I'd be really shying away from trying to time a bounce. I haven't seen William today. Have I missed any posts, or is he gone? Not here today. I haven't seen any posts from him. Well, NTR is working okay. I mean, boy, my fantasy level, you're way down here on 29.29. But even if it got to the low of that candle, 29.50. Well, Real is gone for the summer. He said he's taking the summer off. He might pop in every now and then, but really? For ILAG? Oh, there were. Okay. Well, that's a breakdown. Yeah, that is definitely a bad breakdown now. I'm surprised. What is it now? This is the fourth day of trading, fifth day of trading. Well, it doesn't look good, guys, for the market to remain positive today. We're getting closer and closer to flat. Yeah, you're right. I just don't know how I would have timed it. You're right. There is the pop. I just don't know how I would have timed it. Yeah, somebody took 200 of them, 200 shares of the ILAG. Okay, this one just showed up. These don't show up that late usually, but TKNO just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. TKNO. Not that much volume. It's not an all-time low. Not that they all have to be. What's the next low looking left? Looks like that's 580. Is that right? And we're at $7 right now. No, 660. Yeah, there's little areas underneath that it could stall. The 660. Yeah, I'm not seeing too much either. Just not tremendous, not tremendous. What I'm seeing anyway, tremendous trend plays. I mean, this isn't bad. I mean, you got these topping tails, yes, but at least it's holding over 5. And that's the Sky X. When we look left, the next highs. Yeah, so the next high is actually 576. All right, guys, I covered some of that NCR in the 27, I wish, 2970 level, okay, from 2991. So a little over a 1 for 2 with a 9 cent stop. I mean, it's a great bounce now. I mean, I just couldn't predict it. I mean, there's no way. I just couldn't predict that 29 was going to hold it. I was looking down here at 28.29 as the next low. I thought maybe it might get closer to that, but so I did not was not able to take that trade. Well, okay. I mean, the scanner was correct. I mean, but you know, at what point? You know, 31, and this is not the exact scanner at all, but I mean, you get an alert at 3161, 3083, 2933, 20. Now this got tighter. You know, this is the only thing I can say is this got tighter. But you know, it is right. NCR. I mean, I did take some off at the 70 level, but boy, this is turning into not a bad little short. Again, right there, 29.94. Got in at 29.91. Lots and lots of support right here around 29.27. I mean, if it got down there, that's just a fantastic risk reward trade. Not because I took it, just you know, but that's what we're looking for. You know, we need that risk reward. You can't go into a trade with a 5 cent stop thinking you can only make 5 cents. You know, that's not in my opinion good money management. Risking 5 to make 5. So, I mean, with the markets moving down like this, I mean, I see there's another one coming from Zaxcan, TWST as a potential bounce. But, you know, as I always say, I mean, you know, to play a bounce when the market's doing something like this, I mean, could it work? Yeah, it's possible, but you'd like to see the market stop moving down if you're going to try to play a bounce. Well, guys, yeah, we're seeing a real. I was saying this was the candle when I was talking to Michael in our YouTube room. I was saying, well, there's a red candle. This is the 12:45, 15-minute candle, closed at 1 o'clock. And I was saying, that looks like a little bit of a break. I wonder if this is the start of a bit of a decline. And the next two were, no clue really, just sat there. But boy, these last two candles, there's a nice little sell-off happening, which is helping my NCR really nicely now. Well, crude's over 100 though. I don't like that. I want lower crude, get my Canadian dollar down more from your US dollar. All right, guys, it is now 2 o'clock. So I'd say things are slowing down quite a bit. So I'm just going to talk briefly about what you're going to find on my homepage. So again, on my homepage, you want to take out a subscription, there is a promo for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, mandatory you do this. Let's get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos. It starts off with a download and installation, your first login, etc. Okay, so please do that. My daily stock of the day that I do at noon, you can sign up for it right here. It's free. Trade of the week. How is it doing now with this market downturn? Let me take a look at ASO. I'd be really reluctant to. I'd be really reluctant to swing anything, but anyway, ASO. So it triggered 39.84. It got up to a little over $1 from that trigger price. But with the market moving down, it's following the market. This is not trading on its own. So, if you took this trade, and remember the trades of the week are designed, they're free. Okay, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you're not getting it, if you signed up for it, please check your spam. Okay, it could easily be in your spam box. So, I mean, if you took this trade, but you can kind of see that it's following the market. The market was nice at the beginning of the day, pretty good. And now the market's doing this. So is, or sorry, ASO is doing this. The market is falling. So you're betting, in my opinion, on holding on to ASO as long as the market does okay. If the market doesn't do okay, you're probably, I mean, I don't see why ASO will go higher. That's my feeling, of course. And these are designed for swinging. Okay, they're not designed for intraday trading. I mean, you can do anything you want, but when I see the market doing this and I see the stock following it, then you have to make up your mind. Well, where do you think the market's going from here? And all the education to continue my homepage. Again, take a look at the user guide. I would concentrate on alert windows, top list windows, and the stock racing. Okay, get that down after you've done the getting started. You can afterwards you can start looking about what price alerts are, how to create them on a chart, how to put a sound alert on the different alert windows. So that's the whole idea of the sound alerts. You put a unique sound for each window, so when you hear that sound, you know which window to look at. Things like that. So and the support. So I don't know if Chris is going to be in the room. I'll have to get a confirmation from him. I don't know if he's going to be in the room 3:30 to 4:30 today. Okay, I don't know, but I will get some kind of a confirmation, I think. In fact, let me do it now. Okay, and then the daily webinar. So there is one today, Monday, Wednesday. This is our Monday, Wednesday rotation. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And last, well, some of you might have listened to Michael Noss in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. He'll be there tomorrow, again, I believe. Maybe it'll be Chris. I don't know. I'll confirm that, of course. But Michael put this together. Starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so if you're new to trading, you really, really have to put some time and effort into it. And he put this together. It's all free. And if you want my scans, this is my scans, the scan section. The racing over here. You've heard me talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers where I found the NCR. But a lot of different types of scans are here. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. So a lot of information, my homepage, save my link, then you can look at it anytime you want. Yeah, well, believe it or not, there are people, well, what is a stock? What exactly does it mean? Hey, listen, I know lots of people, and probably there's some in this room. Wow, look at NCR, guys. I hope again, I don't tell anybody to do anything. I don't have to do what I do, but you heard what I was saying with the NCR. For me, the whole deal was breaking through that whole underneath that whole number of 30, big psychological number, market moving down. Boy, this turned into a great little trade. But there could be people in this room thinking that when you buy a stock, the money goes to the company. I'm not kidding. I don't know what they would think when you sell a stock that the money gets taken out of the company, but seriously, they think you buy a stock, NCR, I buy it. Well, I guess the money's going to the company. I don't want to make fun of that of people, because of that. Because if you just don't know, a lot of this is so foreign to people. I mean, if the way I used to trade at the very beginning, I was an idiot. What can I say? I had nobody was showing me anything. Yeah, and pretty steady on the NCR. Jim, don't say that. Nobody thinks that. Don't say you can't say that. There are trust me, I've come across people that think, oh, when you buy shares in the company, does that mean the company gets that money somehow? Okay. And that is not to belittle people at all. Well, Jim, you got to understand, you're used to trading. But you got to. It's hard to step back and think way back. You didn't know what you're talking the NYSE or what the Dow is, what the Nas is, where all those things are. When you're completely out of, some people just don't live in this world at all, not even remotely. I had I mean, it's really go off the topic or off the beaten path here, but I had an uncle who very into the stock market, very into the stock market, and he suggested, he said, you should take a look at this one. Okay, this is years and years ago, and I looked at it, and said, oh, that looks pretty good, yeah. And he's saying, yeah, these are the prospects for the company. Anyway, bottom line is, I bought it. Okay, and it seemed to be doing pretty well. And I talked to him later. He said, so are you still in? No, I don't like the chart. He said, I don't like the chart. And I hadn't a clue what he talked about, what he was talking about. I didn't know what he was talking about. What do you mean? I don't like the chart. What does that mean? I don't like the chart. So anyway, and then he started explaining it to me. I thought, well, come on, that's ridiculous. Anyway, and there you go. What is a chart? That's why it starts off with what is a chart. I remember I tried to, if you don't know anything about something, it can be it's like trying to climb Mount Everest. I remember trying to explain the offside rule in hockey to somebody in the deep south. Never been on. It's so foreign. you know. Anyway, I'm sorry for. It's just slow right now. I'm not getting anything really happening. So, boy, this NCR though, this has turned into a far, far better trade than I thought it would, because now we're below that low right there. I think 29.49, and so my fantasy level was right down here around 29.23. Really, PJ? Okay. Well, not everybody, Zach. Not everybody, of course, but I had a pair of hockey skates before I had shoes. So, I mean, that's just the way it is up in Canada. Oh, okay, guys. Well, what time is it now? 2:13. Apron. Take a look at Apron. APRN. Woo, no kidding. Something is the memes are deserting Apron now. That was a nice meme stock for a while. Yeah, still haven't deserted GME. Not deserted it. Deserting to me is getting it under 100 and it's staying there and drifting down completely. But they have not. I mean, from 150 down to 145. Yes, I get it, but not total desertion. Now, when is the split though? It's tomorrow. When is it effective? It's very soon. I think it's this week. Yeah, on Friday. Okay. So the split is on Friday, 4-1, 1-4, 4-1, 1-4. So this is a forward split. I saw Ding Dong. Is that Ding Dong DDL? Yeah, Ding Dong. Yeah, I saw this one. Yeah, I saw this one earlier in the day. Hmm. My Bluetooth just died on me for a second. Just give me a moment. Okay, give me a moment, guys. Okay. They used to make good printers, didn't they? That's the same company, right? Or is it a different company? Oh no, I'm thinking. Who am I thinking of? I thought it was NCR. Okay, obviously it's not the same company. What am I thinking of? There was a big printer company. Thought it was NCR. NEC. That's it. Yes, yes, NEC. Nippon Electric Company. I think that was the. I don't know if are they still around? Yeah, I don't think they're. I don't even think they're around anymore. NEC. All right, guys. Well, I'm out of everything now on that little pop up by NCR that got me out. So I'm out of everything right now. Time is 2:18. So typically what I do is just a little bit before 3, I'll put myself on mute. The room will be open until the main room until 3:30. I have to get a confirmation yeah, okay, I just got a confirmation. So Chris will be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30, okay? Yeah, I actually have EVTL thumbnailed. Don't look at my thumbnail charts too much anymore. But yeah, this is popping out of some kind of choppy consolidation for EVTL. Pre-market high was way up here at 648, so obviously it has room if that becomes a bit of a magnet. Hey, Dak, you're talking too much. Stop talking too much. So much. I'm trying to save you from yourself. Dak's probably got me on mute. I'm pulling his leg a bit. VHC, aren't these the guys who basically make a living suing Apple? VHC? Well, does this have any room? This DDL. 640 is the next high looking left. After that, $7. So, well, in theory, this should be watched tomorrow. I don't know what happened today. All right, guys. Well, I may put myself on mute a little bit earlier. There's just not a lot happening for me right now. I'm not gonna leave. I'll be here, but I might put myself on mute in about 10 minutes or so. If I have to, I'll hop back on the mic. Yeah, so that was a very short-lived bounce. Very, very short-lived bounce. That little green candle there, the 15-minute, resuming the market movement down. So we've gone negative now. Everything has gone negative. Let's just take, I forgot to do this. Should have done it a lot earlier, but let's take a look at the change from the open. There, we're going to see a big change, guys. Remember how everything was positive? Okay, remember how everything, when we looked at this 10 minutes before the open, 9:30, of course, we were looking at the change from the close. So we were seeing stocks and what they had done from Friday's close and in the pre-market. If you recall, technology was about 90%, communications was about 90%, energy was about 95%. All the sectors were super positive based on the change from Friday's close. Now, this is a very different look. This is the change from the open. So since, XLK, the technology sector, big one, ETF for the big ETF for technology sector, these are the stocks that make it up. 89% of them were down from the first print of the day, the first trade of the day from the open. Huge difference. Whereas look at retail. Now, how interesting is this? I mean, look at retail. 81% are above the open, even though the market has been basically sliding, well, for the last couple of hours. I didn't see too many retail names come across, but that's kind of interesting, I think. I mean, by far, it's the most positive on the change from the open of any major sector. So maybe that's why DDL is, it's a retailer, I guess, because the retail sector has been very strong, even though the market has been sinking. Sinking. I mean, since 1 o'clock. No, actually, though, retail has been sliding with the market too, though. It's just that the stocks are still, most of them are still above the open. As opposed to look at XLK, which is now, gone negative. And that's why you see a lot of the technology stocks are down from the open. Whereas the retail stocks, even though they've been sliding for the last little while, but the retail sector is still up 2%. Hey guys, I can just put myself on mute for a bit. And speaking of retailers, even Canada Goose, look at Canada Goose. Well, not in the NCR anymore, but it looks like it still wants to have another little leg down, NCR. Will that hold it? 29.27. Woo, guys, any questions? Any questions? Keep my interest level up a little bit here. There's just not that SkyX. I mean, it's again, I mean, the trend is up, but boy, oh boy, it's a tough look at all these topping tails and bottoming tails. You know, it all depends on your stop. You know, you want to take a trade like this, you better have a wide stop. Otherwise, you'll just get chopped out all day long. RCM. Could be an interesting one. RCM underneath that hole number 23 on the way down, looking left. The next low looking left is way down here, 2067. I shared this one on Friday. Okay, you need to create a custom formula for this one. Okay, the distance to the next high or low. If it's of interest to anybody, I will show you how to do it. So you can see what happens. So that's why I was looking at the HASI earlier, but the RCM, my there you are. So the distance to the next high or low, I mean, it's a custom formula. And you see, I've got 2 in the min. So what that means is that when I get an alert, either on the upside or the downside, so for instance, RCM, when I get an alert at 2282 and I look left, the next low is at least $2 lower. Okay. And the same with the HASI. When I look left, 32.99. When I look left, the next high is at least $2 away. Yeah, so it'll start trading tomorrow as MOND, I think. Yeah, very, put this down here, MOND. Yeah, the news this morning is that the shareholders accepted it. And even this morning, I mean, it got almost to the pre-market, post-market. No, not even closed. Yeah, $23. It was crazy. Okay, guys, I don't see too many questions coming in, so I think what I'll do is I'll just put myself on mute and I'll put the announcement in. But I am here, so if you have any questions, I will hop back on the mic. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the YouTube link in. Chris will be there in about probably 5 or 6 minutes from now. So I'm just going to put the YouTube link in. Want to head over there, listen to Chris. Yeah, the NCR, I'm not in it anymore, unfortunately, but yeah, what a great short that was. All right, guys, I think I'll just wrap it up now. Get my script together. Today is Monday, so I know tomorrow is Tuesday. Okay, everybody, thanks for all the help today. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Hope to see you then. Have a great evening and hope to see you then. Yeah, bye-bye. And YouTubers, yeah, I'm still got you guys open. Just waiting for Chris to show up. There he is. As I heard him. YouTubers, I'm not talking to myself. I think I'm talking to Chris. He doesn't have his mic on.
Barry, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, that was strange. I don't know why my mic settings changed, but here we are.
Here we are.
I'll make the
Well, my friend,
screen swap for you.
Okay, I'm kind of a
There we
deadly
go.
afternoon for me. Just really not a lot of action on my end. So I'm very glad that you're here to take over.
No, you didn't catch that Sky X?
Yeah, but I found it too difficult to trade. The one that I did take, unfortunately, I didn't stay in it too long,
Mhm.
was a short on NCR.
Oh, okay.
Take a look at that one. That was a beauty, and that was very orderly.
Oh, yeah. Very
NCR.
nice.
Yeah, that came
Very
from
nice.
Zach's topping scan. So, but other than that, I just did an early trade in ILAG, ILAG.
Yep.
Right, that was winning race after race. But after that, I mean, yeah, I really just didn't feel it. Didn't really feel
Okay.
it.
I got Mara early in the day,
Mm-hmm.
in between doctor's appointments, and that treated me very well. I don't know why my trades are disappearing off the chart, some of them from Brokerage Plus. I swear, me and Brokerage Plus, we just don't get along anymore.
I don't even. Yeah, I don't want to talk about it.
But yeah, I grabbed Mare on a 10 break and got a good part of that move, almost to 11, and then
Yeah, that was
it.
a great move.
So, all right, well, I'm sure you're eager to get out there on the bike and all that.
Yes.
So I will.
Yes.
I will get you out of
Thank you,
here,
my friend.
and we will see you tomorrow, Barry. Take care.
Okay, you will. Okay, bye-bye.
All right, everybody. So happy Monday and all that. Missed you at the noon session here. Been tied up with some other stuff going on. And Michael filled in for me. Very grateful to him for doing that. But here we are. We left off the last time I talked to you was Thursday last week on the 3:30 session. And we were talking about, is the market breaking back down or what's going to happen, and I've maintained my position that we don't reclaim over that 393 number. I'll say 393, give or take. And so far holding this trend line that we put in here, that I put in here, seems to be intact so far as downward trend. And as I always maintain, I gain nothing. We could even make this look like this now. That looks even nicer for that downtrend. I maintain I gain nothing by a bear market. A bear market sucks. That's all there is to it. I'd much rather have a bull market, equals some okay day trading and some good swing trading. And that's just not, that's not what we have right now at all. So at least not for the swing trading part of it. So that's that. That's all there is to it. Talked at Willow. How are you? We talked a whole bunch also last week. I started to take a semi-bullish stance on China and the K-Web and FXI. I said, we had this kind of going on. There's a bottom and higher low and higher low and higher low, but we had to kind of keep that going. And then, we've got a high and higher high, and we got to try to bust this higher high here. And can't do that now. We took out, this low now back here from Friday. Just kind of cracked that thesis. We'll see. Is it just a breakdown after a little bit of an uptrend, or is it, are we back down into this range and, we're not getting above that level? I don't know. I lean generally that the trend is lower. FXI, no different here as well. So both, looking at China internet stocks and Chinese large cap stocks, and the same exact thing here, more than less. We've got, these higher lows, it looked like, and then we started breaking down again here. And we couldn't really, we have this high, this move up, and then a higher high, and then a slightly higher high, but broke down after that higher high. I couldn't close it, couldn't take it home, couldn't get the full win for the bulls on that one. So anyways, bear market and all that stuff. So Weekend was good, Raj. It was busy weekend for me. Summer projects and things of that nature. So, it always feels good to get things accomplished, though. Back to the grind for the next couple of weeks, and then in a few weeks I take my summer vacation. So, we get to it. So, other than that, I had to restart my races a whole bunch today, doing some troubleshooting and some data things that I was looking at and having some trouble with here. So I don't have a long list on my races as far as that goes. Also, Peter, if you're here, if you're listening in, Peter Smith, let me know so I can go over what Barry meant by his top 10. He messaged me, but then I had to leave and came back, and so I just remembered that we had that conversation earlier there, Peter, if you're here. And that's really it. As I mentioned when I first came in, and I was just chatting back and forth with Barry. I took a trade in Mara. I don't know why the trade isn't on here, but anyways, I took it on a 10 break, and I got out up at the top of this, around the top of this 15-minute candle here, and kept plugging along right to about 11. I don't know if it touched 11 or not. 1097 looks like the high was, and so kept going without me for a little bit, but I was very happy with that trade. And then of course it's faded for the rest of the day here. So that's that. Excuse me, I just want to bring up my task manager to see something there, so I won't blank for a moment. All right. Okay, perfect, Peter. So this is what Barry meant by his top 10. When his day is done, he goes through, I guess, one of his races and looks at these stocks here that were, the top 10 winners, and does whatever homework he does through that. That's what he meant by that. So there's no other scan or anything like that. You just need, if you were running Barry's races, at the end of the day, whatever the top winners are from there. That's what Barry meant by his top 10. It's not some, special algo that he has or anything like that, or some other kind of scan that's like has other, metrics ranking stocks. It's just the top 10 winners from his race on the day. So that is what he meant by top 10. There's that. Looked at AMC today. It was coming through the races here. You got this move here, and ask yourself, can it get above this? Couldn't quite do it today. 17 was a rejection. We'll see what tomorrow brings for it. It's one of those things. I'm not going to marry a stock. I don't believe in diamond hands and none of that nonsense. And people may be right about, the short float isn't really, it's all lied about and it's being manipulated and all that stuff like that. But that doesn't benefit me whatsoever if the price action doesn't confirm my thesis on trading a stock. So, if this thing can get rolling and I can get on the right side, I'm going to take a trade in it. And you better believe if I'm up in that trade, I'm going to sell that, sell that for a profit. Holding none of these stocks for me. I don't think AMC is an investment. So, anyways, that's that as far as that goes. Other stuff that I looked at came through races, but nothing materialized. I looked at INDO, had the spike. Nothing was there. SIGA.
RYTM.
SIGA. Yeah, same thing here. Spiked up, gave it up, big red bar here. But we'll see. This is one of those stocks that made this big move and then it was dead. And it made this big move and now we look like we're fading. We made another move and now it's going to give it up. And then we made a nice move, then we gap down. Then we're moving back up and we give it up. And we're moving back up and we give it up. So it's nothing to count out. It's definitely over 10 million shares again traded today. So definitely a great day trading vehicle. Again, you just want to be careful with this stock because, we can see the movement and how fast it can have, and it's great. You got, a few hundred shares or, 500, 700, 800 shares of this thing and it moves with you in one of those fast moves. That's great. But you got that many shares, you got, a few hundred shares or more and it moves against you. It's the type of thing that can ruin your week really fast. So that's why this is one of those ones that's like, this isn't a stock you take. This isn't a trade you take or a trade you get into with SIGA and you go walk away and make a sandwich real quick. You got to be like a hawk on that thing. Oh, Jim Cramer broke the markets today? Yeah, well, he'll do that from time to time. Old Jimmy boy. What else were they looking at? I was looking at this ILAG. You know, we saw some stocks recently that had some similar looks to this that were new issues and lower floats and ended up doing some crazy stuff. It didn't do it today. You know, if it pops back on the races again tomorrow, we'll take a look at it. I mean, crazy volume on today. Well over 100 million shares traded today. I had my doors open, but we had some insane storms all day. So if the rain in the background is really coming through and, you know, drowning me out, let me know. Holy cow, it's really coming down again. I might have to just shut that door. What else do we have here? So yeah, that ended up with nothing. PTGX again, you know, came through some races, but again, it just couldn't push through on this level right here. You know, like just constantly look left, look left, look left. Well, I looked left. A lot of resistance right there. I mean, if it gets through this resistance, look at the potential right here. You know what I mean? Is it going to do that? I have no idea. You know, these are the kind of setups that I want to find, I want to look for, and, you know, hopefully, you know, trading plan and timing come together and can participate in something like that. You know, it's a great vacuum into that gap right there. You know, get 50 cents, $1, $1.50, you know, on a trade, you know, can help make a week right there. But you know, the setup's got to be there, and then the confirmation has to be there. So the setup is here for now, anyways. The setup's without a question here. The confirmation is getting that nice couple of closing candles with some good volume above $9. Couldn't do that today. You know, we got closing candles, or excuse me, above $10. I'm sorry, above $10. You know, we got those closing candles trying to get up above this level of 980. And the volume comes in, and then it came right out and just really couldn't get it done. And so, you know, confirmation. Couldn't get that confirmation. Do you play revision to mean races? No, Teddy. I like to find stuff that's broken out or is pulled back to support, and I think could break back again, but not necessarily mean revision. I would say it's more pullback to what I would say a pivot line, support or resistance. You know, so for example, this isn't going to illustrate it well, but my what I'd like to show here is that let's just say we had PGTX, and we saw all of a sudden it just came, you know, made a move up and it pulled back down to this level here, and we can see this 960 level, and then it was banging on it, and it looked like, you know, all of a sudden volume's coming back in, and maybe the price is coming back up again. That's something I would look at there and try to ride it back towards the high of the day again, and then maybe then some also, depending on what the price action volume looks like. You know, is high of the day look like it's where it's going to stall and I need to be getting out, or is it just getting started again off that pullback? But I wouldn't call it a mean revision pullback. I'd be calling it more of a pullback to support. That's what I would be looking at with that. FFHL popped on some races here for me. Had this one massive move here with all this volume and up, and just never really did anything again after that. And we can see the volume just really kind of fell out of it, you know, because this thing was probably at like 300,000 shares here, and it's traded like 100,000 shares since then. So, and for it to do 450,000 shares, and that's 14.5 times normal volume, and that tells you this thing doesn't trade at all, literally at all. So, but you know, had China next to the name and 1 million in the float and things of that nature. So you got to look at it. You know, you got to you set a price alert, and like I said, couldn't do it. And again, look left, look left, look left, look left, look left. And as we look left, we look at where I set that price alert. You know, that was a big deal area right there. Couldn't get rolling past that at all. So, you know, pops on the races again tomorrow. Great. If not, that's all there is to it. And then, you know, Sky, you know, this isn't showing my orders right here. I don't know why, but I took Sky X. She kind of played her on a pullback down into the 480s. And when I made this breakaway a little bit above 515 actually, and all these numbers are wrong here. I don't know why this is all wrong here. and I sold up here. Didn't get quite the top, but I got towards that top, and that was that. And I was happy with that. So, Mondays. I talked last week about Mondays are one of those days where you're setting a tone for the week, and you got to be nimble and all those things like that. Last but not least, of things that I was really kind of looking at today, RYTM. Again, I set a price alert, could not get above that price alert, couldn't get some closing candles above that for some confirmation of a breakout. And again, someone, look left, look left, look left. And someone say, boy, that's really extended. But yeah, it wasn't extended, here and here, but it still continued to do what it did. So again, it's a day trade. Extension on a daily chart isn't quite the same as it is, on a swing trade. And that's what there is to it. Okay, gotcha, Teddy. Yeah, I mean, look, here's my thing with the races, Teddy. I didn't care for them at first. I really was like, really, this is what we're researching and developing here? Fancy bar charts? Like, I mean, I don't know. I just don't get it, But I was a lot more of a swing trader last few years. I really kind of moved away from day trading. The swing trading environment got pretty hard the last 10 months or so. And at the beginning of this calendar year, I was like, let me take a look at the races. Let me see why Dan and Brad and these guys are, really hyping the races so much and wanting us to push them. And I messed around for a little bit, and all of a sudden, after a week of playing with them, I was catching some really great moves with them and experimenting with some different races. And I was having some of the best day trading I ever had in my life. Now, I think part of it was also I'd become a lot more disciplined through my swing trading that it applied to my day trading, where didn't have quite the discipline in my day trading as I had prior. Also, this live data that's moving here, I didn't need the alert window with a timestamp. So it was like I could get my filter satisfied and see what's moving with my filter satisfied without waiting for the alert to come through, whether it's a new high or a resistance break or a check mark up or, whatever the alert that I needed to trigger was. And so now all of a sudden I could scan with just my filters, essentially top list, but what's actually moving on the top list. Show me how it's moving live. Don't just give me a grid. And slowly but surely, over the next couple of weeks in January, that was it. I was sold on races, and I've been doing a lot of day trading again since January, and it's worked out really, really well for me. No substitute for having a plan when you're getting into these trades. Share size and stop, and potential, your potential upside management of the trade and all those things like that. But when you've got live data like this and you're pointing, you're seeing what's moving. HKD, for example. Look at this. This has been on this race for several minutes now. Probably last 10 minutes. Look at this move in the last 10 minutes. So this is 2 minutes into this 15-minute bar. We were getting this back here already. So pretty incredible stuff here. Moving live, happening now. No delay. No refreshing or anything. PLV. Same thing here. As soon as it probably started breaking this 360 area, we start to see it on the scan. Is it going to set the world on fire? No, but when you've got live data like that pointing you towards stuff because it's actually moving, certainly helps the case here. So anyways, that's where where I get really big on these races for myself. Would RYTM hit resistance at previous highs? Well, I mean, it's hit resistance at this level today, just above $9, just above $11. Sorry, I was seeing $11.09 there. So for whatever reason, this is the level that intraday it was giving it trouble here. Couldn't really get past this opening 15-minute candle here. You had a topping shadow, and a topping shadow that got above it. But aside from that, you could not get above that level today. Couldn't get any confirmation above that level with closing candles. So I don't know, $11 whole number, psychological thing. Because we can see if we look left onto the daily chart here, there is room up here into this 1230s range, 1230, 1250, depending where you want to look. You want to look here, you want to look here. But for whatever reason today, $11 was it. $11 has been the tough level. But, made this initial move, gave a little bit back, regained it. And it's holding up $1 today again. So, you know, it's in play as far as I'm concerned, at least going into tomorrow. We'll see. Is STRA a cup and handle? STRA. Take a look. No, not really. You know, cup and handle you want to see. I don't know. This is kind of gets subjective. What you know, one person's going to look at this and really, you know, they'll put that in and put this in like that, and it doesn't really work for me the way this, you know, did that, and then it came down and bottomed here. You know, so not as much for me. Someone could make the argument. They could say, "There's your cup and here's your handle." They can make the argument. Just my eyes aren't going to see it the same as someone else's. What I will say about this, let's zoom in a little more. What I more see here is this. You got a bottom, right? And now you got a higher set of lows and a higher set of lows. Problem is, you went on and made this high right here. You got rejected on that high again right there. And that rejection is going to coordinate to this level right back here as well. So, you know, that's what I'm looking at as far as this chart goes here. I would also like to see more than 60,000 shares traded in a day. I would suggest, Teddy, you know, just keep one or two races running and then, you know, come rotate around, come back to them, you know, check them out and all that. And keep coming here to Barry's room and all those things like that, you know. You know, so just give me one moment. I just throw myself on pause, on mute real quick. Alrighty, apologize for that. Just had to pop myself on mute real quick. So, but yeah, I mean, STRA, there are definitely things on that chart that I like there, Tyler, too. And you know, pattern analysis can become very subjective. That's why it's very hard for machines to do pattern analysis and then return results to us. But it's a constructive chart for sure. I would say that. And then yeah, back to you, Tyler, or Teddy. I would suggest keep coming back here, playing with the races. I think one of the powerful things with the races is like that change from open, you know, especially like the change from open way of racing, because let's say you had stocks that gap down, but they're making a recovery. And if you're using change from close, you might not get some of the biggest moves because they gap down and reverse. Now, less likely, obviously, in this market, this bear market condition, but it doesn't mean they can't happen. I'd rather not eliminate things. I want to see the big moves, regardless if it was a gap down and a reverse or just a gap up and go, you know, whatever it is, that big change from open. Because, you know, the gap up doesn't really benefit us in the sense of, well, all right, that move was made. I didn't get a piece of that, but I want to see what's it doing since the open, because that's what I'm trading from, you know, generally speaking. So stick with it. I think they're really, you know, for day traders anyways, just really, really something. So that is that. SPY really giving it up here. So let's bring this over. Let's compare count windows here, and we can see new highs, flat line, done. And these new lows really racing up on us here. Really quite something, to be honest. It's been a long time since we've seen a bear market like this. You know, a sustained bear market. You know, the end of 2018, we had that bear market crash until the Fed came back and said, "No, we're just kidding. We're gonna keep rates easy," and all that stuff like that. And got emergency alerts. We're got all kinds of flash floods happening here. This is crazy weather. And then, you know, obviously the crash flash market of you know, COVID in March of 2020, you know, that was a bear market, but it was very short lived. I'll just bring up the SPY real quick here. And, you know, we can really see that we've really given it up since we tried to poke through that. We didn't even try to poke through 390, really, to be honest. Couldn't even do it this time. And so, you know, I think we got a date with that at the very least. And we'll see what goes from there. And again, I hope I'm wrong. It's not even my prediction. It's just, you know, this is what the chart says as far as I'm concerned, as far as the technical analysis is concerned, that, you know, the path of least resistance is lower. And I hope that changes. The sooner the better. Like I said, I gain nothing by a bear market. Me, yeah, I mean, I'm in a fairly nice apartment and I'm on the second floor, so I'm good. People that are below me, I don't know. I mean, we just had rivers running through all the streets here. You know, it's really quite something. Yeah, I bet Tornado Alley. That's crazy. So, so here we go. RYTM. It's made that move now. All right, I'm trying to make that move again. Now, obviously, it's just, you know, we're looking at 3:56 p.m. Eastern. The market's closing in less than 3 minutes, or in less than 4 minutes. So this isn't obviously something I'm trading, but, you know, you can't discount, regardless of the fact of the move has been made here already. You still can't discount how strong this is closing again going into tomorrow. And we've seen stocks do insane things. So, you know, what's extended? It becomes a subjective and relative term. This was extended, you know, the move that it made on Friday. Who would expect it to do this? You know, here's, you know, let's drill down in a little bit. You know, there's Friday, there's Thursday, there's Wednesday, there's Tuesday. You know, Tuesday, it's what a move here, right? And you're not, you know, and then Wednesday, the same thing. And Thursday, you said, all right, maybe it's over. And then Friday, it just continuing to go. So, all right, let's look at that. We looked at that. What else? What else? Let's talk about our friends, the energy in the energy world, XLE. And XLE. And again, if people have oh wait, sorry, I missed Dr. Shantha here. My apologies, doctor. How do you get rid of the car and use moving bands like yours and be able to share some windows that you use? Any particular education webinar? How to use the race? I would say, working backwards on your questions here, Doc. Call you Doc for easy here for me. Come here, and I'd say Barry's. You know, come here all day long. You can also go to the other side of the traders room with Barry because he broadcasts from both sides. But I'm a pretty big proponent of the races, and so I can answer questions and show things with the races, and I have kind of a walkthrough about the races, my logic behind them, and why I think they're so great. And I can run that down for you in just a moment here. And then the change to the band to the logos like I have instead of the cars, you got to be on our latest beta. That should have that for you now. So head to our download page and look for beta 5.5.96. Download that. And I recommend anybody else that hasn't done it, do it, especially anybody that's been having trouble with external linking or anything like that. We were able to get the logic of external linking back the way it always had before. Even better, actually, to be honest, I think. Depending on what version you're on, it may make you restart your computer as well. But on our download page, I'll share, let me find the download page link here. Copy link address. All right, so you want that download page there, and scroll past the production version to the beta version, okay? And that's how you'll do that. And then when you're in the race setups, you show race setup, you're going to go with right here where it says, whoop. Let's try that again. Show race setup, you're going to show company logos. You want to check mark in that one there. That will get rid of the cars. And yes, I can share. I've got a couple of races here to share. Anybody that wants, yourself included. So let's see, share this. This is kind of like one of my main races at this point. And it says, racing on Bollinger Bands. You don't need to know Bollinger Bands. You don't need them on your chart. It's just momentum, using Bollinger Bands for momentum. That's all there is to it. I mean, if you want to do research to understand Bollinger Bands, but what I always want to make sure I tell people is that it has become very popular with Bollinger Band scans that when something's near the upper band, it's a short or revision to the mean. And when something's lower, near the lower band, it's a long and a revision to the mean to the upside. John Bollinger, who actually, is the creator of Bollinger Bands, he plays them as a break of the top band is a buy signal, break of the lower band is a short signal, actually. And so that's the way I kind of constructed the scan, is that as things are approaching the upper band, that's kind of more of a long signal for me. And so that's how I've created that one particular scan. Let me find you another couple of scans here too, that have done well. It's not, not everyone is killing it, but there are some days on that Bollinger Band scan that I just shared with you, there's like 5, 6, 7 really actionable ideas in there that are really, really solid. This one here has produced some pretty good results. It's, using an 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart and a change from open on the races again. Check that out. And racing. And then check this one out here. And of course, folks, anybody with questions, please, just like what we're doing here, fire any kind of questions away here, whatever it is, anything within software, fair game here. I talk a lot of charts and things like that because, I don't know what else to talk about when nobody's really asking questions in general. So I'm just going to, kind of cover a market, kind of what I've been seeing, things like that, I don't like to bore people to death. So again, if you have trade ideas, questions, something about a scan, a filter, things idea that you have for scanning, we can at least, touch on it and get you going in a direction, possibly we can build a template out together, something like that. But I don't want anybody to feel like, all I'm doing is talking about markets and it's boring and charts and things like that. They want to know more on scanning. Open forum, fire these things away for me here. So, all right. So now I am going to go, all right, Doc. So if you're with me here still, I'm going to go into the races and really what I love and everything about them. So races are based off of what we call a top list. Top list is just going to be a set of filters and things update every 30 seconds in them. Stocks will, fall off the list or jump onto the list if they meet the scans criterias. But generally speaking, a lot of top lists are going to have a set of stocks that just meet the criteria of the scan all day long. And depending on the scan, they may not shuffle up and down the list very much, so it's hard to tell what's really active here without clicking on every single little thing and going through the entire list. Great, they all meet my filters, but now what? And so let's just say XME is the one that's really moving right now, but we don't see it moving up the list because for whatever reason, it can't currently overtake the stocks above it. But it's the one that's having the big move right now. And now we're going to miss the big move because we just see it in this grid form. And there's a lot of data here. This is all great. And that it serves purposes in other ways. We're just not getting the live kind of stuff right now. So it's like, all right, well, that's a bummer. The races will now take, X amount of stocks from the list, starting from the top on down. And depending on how many lanes you want to run it is how many stocks will be on it. So if, it's 10 lanes, 10 stocks, you got the first 10 stocks, 20 lanes, 20 stocks, first 20 stocks here. I think you can have up to 20 as the max, but it's still a good amount of names to be looking at, of course. So now all of a sudden we're saying to the top list, great, you found me all my stuff, but show me how it's moving. But it happens in a multiple fold way here, actually. So we come into the configure of any top list, and let's just do it with the top list of this actual scan right now. Now, right now, there's not a lot of stocks coming through because the market's closed and so on and so forth. But what happens if this thing was packed here? Again, how do I know what's really moving? So what we do here is in the configure of the top list, which the race has the configure of the top list as well. We've essentially said, all right, I want you to find me stocks that meet these filters. Perfect. Awesome. But now that you found them, we got to order those stocks. So that's fine. Now let's order them from change from the open. So I want the ones that have been the strongest from the open to be at the top and in descending order from there. Awesome. So now top list, you've done all those. Now race. I want you to take all those stocks, all right? And I want you to show me how they're moving right now. But what am I going to show how they're moving on? Well, based on and then sort on. So it goes back to the idea of scanning. So we're going to base the race on. It's going to make me get out of there. I'm just going to come back to that setup again. So I want you to show me how things are moving based on change from open and sort them on a delta value, meaning, okay, top list, you found everything and you've ordered it. Now I want to take all those things and make them even. Now they're even Steven. How are they moving on the change from open now, right now at this moment, right? I don't need to, just because something's up 30% from the open right now and something else is up 15% from the open, the one that's up 15% from the open might be making the big move now, while the other one has made the big move, but it's just kind of hovering up there. But the 15% is playing catch up. And that's what this is going to show here in the race. That's how that breaks down like that. So that's really how I've been using them. Some people have liked to race on things like relative volume, for example, and they want to see stocks where the relative volume is really increasing, or they've raced on, change over 5 minutes or something like that, or a longer time frame even, and trying to find stocks that are making the biggest moves over the last 5 minutes or 15 minutes or 120 minutes, for example, and things of that nature. But it's essentially what we say is top list. You find me these stocks based on this criteria, then top list, order them, then race, you show me how they're moving based on what I tell you to, essentially. What you can base the race on will be based on the columns you have within the top list. So if we come into the configure of the race, the top list part of the race, because again, the race is a top list at its core. So if I right click and I go to configure, looks just like a top list configuration in here. Right. And so that's where, these items come in here and we can change and mess with all those items. And the race itself is going to be based on, like I said, columns. So if you go to columns, these are the columns that I currently have selected. If I wanted to race on something different, I could just come to search and find it. So if I wanted to race on a 5-minute range, I could select it, show column, and that will become an option here on this drop-down menu. But the only options you have here are the ones that you're showing as columns. So I was trying to take an idea from earlier, looking for reversal candles with 2x relative volume. So the best you could do on that, because we don't compare intraday candles, we can only compare time frames, which is similar but not exactly the same, Teddy. But what you could do is take a 2-minute change or a 2-minute volume or a 5-minute volume. We don't have a 2-minute volume, but we have a 5-minute volume, and you could use that 5-minute volume and throw that in there, and it's done on a percent. So 200 would be 2 times, 300 would be 3 times, so on and so forth. And then Teddy, are you familiar with customs? Let me know if you're familiar with custom formulas. And when I say custom formulas, it's not a code compiler, but we can take data within the system and do things with data within the system that aren't already a filter set and create filters like that. So for example, let me bring up the custom page here. Bring this over here. Duplicate. So, all right. That was not what I wanted to bring over. Absolutely not. Hold on. Let me get the right window here. This is the window I want. So this is our formula editor page, okay? Now, again, as I always tell people that anybody's new here, I don't have any special magic custom formulas. Most of this is for me troubleshooting people. Okay, so something you can do, if you're familiar with all this, Teddy, and for anybody else, if you come to the help PDF document in here, let's open that in a new tab. So if you scroll down, here's a great example of how you could build something as a filter and then apply it. All right, let's scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. All right. So in this volume section here, we can talk about this will compare a stock's volume in the last minute to the same stock's volume in the previous 4 minutes, essentially. And so you're looking at, and this is done in shares, not in a percent, but you could do this in volume percent as well. And so essentially what you have here is V up 1 divided by V up 5 minus V up 1 divided by 5, or on this 5 minutes here, essentially. So you're taking these last 4 minutes and comparing them to this last minute and comparing it to the previous 4 minutes, essentially. And with that formula, you could create that and then, stick it in and give it values, essentially. And that would be done as a ratio. You could also do the same thing and do it as a percent by timesing it by 100 here at the end instead. And so here's a few examples of some customs that can compare it. Now, again, you're not comparing candles, but you're comparing time frames. Really close, not exact, but get you certainly, in the front row seats of what you're looking for. So if you're familiar with this stuff in here, I'd implore you to go in and take a look at some of that. And then again, you can set up scans with just filters, but no, you don't need that alert to get the trigger. And so you could set up these filters and show how things are racing based on this kind of stuff with the races. Let me know if that makes sense. And if anybody else has questions on any of this. This does get into some of the more advanced stuff the software can do. So you got to have a decent handle on the software. You don't really need to be a coder or anything like that. You do have to understand math and order of operations and things of that nature, which I am not great at, unfortunately. But there are other smarter people here than me. If you were to email in, that can help you with those types of things and operations. It makes vague sense. All right, I'd point you to playing around with a little bit, and then also, you can email us here to support@trade-ideas.com, especially when it comes to custom stuff. And, say, listen, I have this idea. Is this possible? Or can we make it work like this? Or, give us an idea of what you're looking for. We'll do what we can to help you in that regards with it. There's some people that I have to hit on the back end when it comes to customs because I just know some very basic stuff when it comes to them. Chris Sherwood, I'm new here racing. Are you referring to price and volume racing or S&P stock racing things? I'm referring to my own my own races that I built, actually. I know there are a bunch of channels that have racing in them. I haven't really done much or looked at those. I kind of have what I want to look for on stocks. And so I built races based on that, actually, Chris. That's what I'm kind of going over. And then I don't know if you were here earlier when I was sharing those races, but that's what I was doing earlier. If you were here and I was putting those cloud links in, was sharing those races. So that's what I'm looking at there for all that, and that's what I was discussing there. And if you weren't here when I shared those races earlier, I'm happy to put those cloud links in again. This way you don't have to scroll all the way back up. Just let me know. And again, most of my races are trying to find stocks that are breaking out essentially. So there's that. There's my mouse. So, and there's data points that exist within the system that aren't outright in the system as well. Again, so just to show a few things here, we have volume of shares traded in the last minute, 5 minute, 10 minute, 15 minute, and 30 minutes. And these are the codes for them here, individual codes, separated by commas. There are different things that are in here, 52-week high, 52-week low, lifetime high, lifetime low, things of that nature. So, there's some fancy stuff that can be done here. I'm not one of the fancy people in that regards, but it exists. Okay, sounds good, Chris. And then also, if you haven't watched our Getting Started series, and you say you're new, I really recommend getting into the Getting Started series here. Let me find that for you. Offer links. Getting Started. Copy. Paste. And for Chris or anybody else, if you're in your first couple of weeks, I bet there's stuff in that Getting Started series you could look at. Obviously, if you've been here a few weeks and you're logging in, you don't need to see the part about logging into the software. But building layouts, that section in there is really good. The differences with alert windows and topless, all those kind of things. Some little nuanced things in there that I think could really be powerful when it comes to building scans and things like that, and understanding some of the nuances and differences with the software and its capabilities. So I just, highly recommend getting into some of those. Yeah, first couple of days, totally look there. Please, Chris, make sure you're coming back here on a regular basis at 3:30 Eastern. Every day I'm here, aside from days where I'm out for whatever reason. But, I'm here basically every day at 3:30. At noon Eastern here, there's a different trader Monday through Friday. And then, this channel does open at about 9-ish in the morning when Barry gets live, and you get Barry the balance of the day with the exception of an hour at noon and this hour here before I shut everything down for the day. So, we're here live a lot. All questions in general are fair game. You got it, Chris. So on the bullish stuff, on those engulfing, those are the tough ones because that's comparing candles, not comparing time frames. That's where the differences come in. We do have some bullish stuff here in our market explore, our engulfing stuff here. So what do we got? Oh, we have engulfing. Oh, we have inside bars, not engulfing. I'm sorry. We have these inside bars. Yeah, we have inside bars. I'm mistaken. Yeah, Teddy, I'm sorry. On bullish engulfing and things like that, things are kind of they're just hard. Just not something we do well on comparing candles. The relative volume we can give you, obviously. There is this stuff here. Let me find an alert window to bring over. Let me get rid of that. If you go to an alert window, we have, let's see. So we have these in here. So you have these bullish engulfings in here and these bearish engulfings here. And some piercing, hangman. You got some hammers and some dojis here for alerts. If you go into Teddy, if you go into an alert window configure, so you can get some alerts for some like that. Scanning for them on a top list would be a little tougher, because then you're trying to look at like range and position and range filters, and you'll get some things that look like you want them to and some things that won't look like you want them to. But there is some stuff for it. It's not that we don't have anything. So definitely some stuff in the alert windows for you there. There's something else. What did I want to look for? Let me see. Yeah, so those are going to be in your alert window configure, and just go ahead and search those out. I had messed around and came up with a scan that was finding some doji stuff and some that was not a doji, but it had some okay results, and I must have deleted it, I guess. Huh. Let me see here. New top list. Let me see if I mess with this for a minute. Here, search. First, I want to get a price range. Let's look at things above $4. And then position and range. How did I do this? I had something that looked kind of okay, decent. I must have deleted it. That was a dumb move of me, huh? Let's go 40. And daily dojis. What did I do? Position previous day's range. 40% above the low. Maybe it was this. Let me try this, see what this looks like. It's for trying to find daily dojis. Okay, that's not bad looking. Not enough on the bottom side of it. You can see we're kind of finding stuff with bottoming and topping tails. Some of them, not all of them, unfortunately. But like, see, this is like when I talk about often outside the box ways. Like here's, there's a doji. So these are like outside the box ways of thinking of doing scans. And so what I did here essentially is I used position in today's range and position in previous day's range filters to try to do that. We could do that with other filters here for intraday. Like I said, it's going to return us some stuff we like, some stuff we don't like. So POSIT. And so, you got position 5-minute, 15-minute, 30-minute, and 60-minute ranges here intraday. So just curious here. Let's say add that filter. Let's try this again like this, 35 and 75. Let's get rid of the other stuff here for the daily looking one. And then back to the search. And then let's look at stuff in the last, let's say 15 minutes. Add that filter. Let's say stuff is in between 45 and 75. Let's see what we've got here on this 15-minute chart. So there's a doji here. Not quite a doji. Doesn't need some more of a top. And not quite a doji. Needs more shadows on both sides. But you see what we're finding here. And, you know, anybody that's following along here, I kind of thought outside the box, trying to find things like that. You know, Carvana kind of has a look to it almost. Shopify, close, not all the way there. Like I said, we're finding some stuff we want, some stuff we don't want. You know, that was, you know, had no topping shadow. Again, looking okay for what we're trying to do here. Same thing. And so what I was trying to do on this is isolate it to be the last 15-minute candle. So you're trying to find stuff that's been in this kind of range for a little bit and then really hover down that range here. And again, what I did was I used position and range filters here, 60-minute and 15-minute. And, you know, not limited to that, obviously. It was just kind of where my brain went to and thought I'd throw it up against the wall and see what results we're getting like that there. So, you know, a lot of outside the box thinking stuff can be done with this here for sure. Now, if we go the opposite for engulfing, try something out. Changing the last 30 minutes on a percent. Let's add that filter. Let's get rid of this 15-minute range. Just throw 5 in here for fun. So, you know what? But we don't want that. We want market hours only. So not quite an engulfing there. Not at all there, but I think I got to do this a better way. 30 minutes. Maybe. Change over the last 60 minutes. Let's see what that looks like. Nah, not quite getting what I want. Have to think about that one for a little bit here. But again, you know, definitely some outside the box ways to get at that, and get you, you know, your results won't be perfect, but you'll definitely get some very wanted and liked results.
FFHL.
So, all right, everybody. With that said, we're coming to the bottom of the hour here. Begin to walk everybody out. Again, anybody has questions in the after hours here for us, support at trade-ideas.com. Let's, you know, anything you got questions there, send it over to us that way. We'll do what we can to help you in the after hours. As I, you know, continuously end these sessions the last couple of weeks, bear market. You know, cookies are on the table on these trades. We're not marrying these stocks. Ain't no diamond hands here. No heroes. We don't marry stocks. You got cookies on the table. It looks like it's reversing. You might want to consider, you know, taking some of that profit home with you. Making sure you got a plan when you're getting into these trades. You're executing that plan. You're nimble on that plan. You know, don't let winners turn to losers. Not in this market. You know, that's how we get ourselves taken out. That's how we, you know, chip away at the account the wrong way and all those things like that. So thank everybody for popping in, and we will do this all again tomorrow and for the rest of the week. As far as I know, I'm here unless something strange comes up and takes me out during the week. I will be here for a full week, and we'll get at it, folks. All right. Thanks all for tuning in. Thanks for all the questions, comments, and all that. And we will do this all again tomorrow. Take care and have a great rest of your Monday, everybody. Bye-bye.